Good morning. Hope you're having a great week. It is Tuesday, May 19th, 11:56 a.m. Central Daylight Time, local time here in Mount Vernon, Illinois. Just about to go make my delivery. Already done my inspection and everything. Just waiting for a couple of minutes to roll off the clock while I'm on duty on inspection, so that DOT doesn't have a fit. You can't do an inspection in 2 minutes. Like, yeah, well, I did the inspection before my clock started. But you can't do that either. Well, I did. But anyway, whenever I got here last night, I sent a text message to Caitlin, the TSD rep, who we're doing the contract for, and told her that my ETA was 1 p.m. for the delivery, and that, I think that's all I said in the message. And she replied back to me this morning at like 7 a.m. while I was asleep. Okay, that's not cool. She just sent me a text message. She sent me a text message this morning at like 7 a.m. and she said, "Oh, it looks like you are already there. You flew your jet there," or something like that, making some comment about me getting here really fast. And she said, "I'll start looking for you a load right now." And I didn't reply or anything. And then when I woke up this afternoon, I said that I'm going to go deliver the load in about an hour, and I have 18 hours left on my 70-hour clock. And then I sent an email to the Landstar agent and told him that I'm going to deliver the load in about an hour. Turn right onto Fisher Lane. And I have 18 hours left on my 70-hour clock, or I will have about 18 hours left on my 70-hour clock whenever I finish delivering the load. And I said, I don't know if they want me sitting on a loaded trailer during a 34. And Caitlin, the TSD rep, just now texted me and told me to head back down to the Addis Villa La Platte area after I deliver the load, and they're going to figure it out. They don't know if there's a load short enough that I can do with the hours that I have. I hope they don't try to find me some short-ass load to do. I would rather just start my 34. It's inefficient to do short loads, so I would rather just get back down to where I'm going to be picking up my next load and just go ahead and start my 34. Get it over with. I'm a little concerned right now that they're trying to find some short little load for me to do. It's basically, it would be like local work. I don't get paid doing the drops and the hooks and all that stuff. I only get paid driving miles. And for them to find me a short little run to just eat up my hours, it doesn't really pay me much. It just eats up my time. All right, I got to look for the entrance. It's over here on the right. Still a half mile away. And we're going slow, so it's going to take a while to get there. It's after the railroad tracks. there's some. Those trucks weren't too bad. All right, truck entrance. They got a huge sign for Continental truck entrance.
In 600 feet, your destination will be on the right. Your destination is on the right.
Oh, looks like we got a line. So if you weren't following the video last night, I got here with like 30 minutes of drive time left. I don't think it was that much. I think it was like 20 minutes, 25 minutes of drive time left. But I only had like 30 minutes left in my 14-hour clock. So like 30 minutes of drive time or 20 or 30 minutes of drive time and like 30 minutes. I had like 10 to 15 minutes extra on my 14-hour clock. So if I would have, it usually takes somewhere in the ballpark of like an hour to do a drop and hook. So it was really risky for me to come over here and try to do the delivery with the time that I had on my clock. I would most likely get into a position where I would run out of hours and I would be forced to like go over my hours to go park somewhere or abuse something like personal conveyance. And Landstar, like safety, has told me that they would rather I go over my my hours, just go onto the drive line, than use personal conveyance incorrectly. Like using personal conveyance incorrectly is a really, really big thing, apparently. That's something that they're really cracking down on. Can't tell if there's 2 or 3 trucks in front of me. I'm not sure if there's somebody in between this container and ABF. I don't see the carbon black trailers anywhere. So I'm not sure where they're at. So once I get hooked up to my empty, I'm going to have to trip plan to just find a place. I don't even know where the Villa La Platte carbon plant is at. So I'll have to look and see where Addis, Louisiana and Villa La Platte, Louisiana are at and try to find a place where I'm not going to be driving past either one of them, but just down in that general area. Because I don't know where I'm going to be picking up my next load. Ugh. I'm going to have to try to get lined up on the scale. It's a pain in the ass. This guy did it perfect. He's on that scale absolutely perfect. I can't do that. I'm bad at this. Getting lined up on a scale with a sharp turn like this is very difficult. I'll probably end up having to back up to straighten up onto the scale. Yeah, I don't know. I'll try to find something down in the general area of Addis and Villa La Platte, Louisiana. It would have been nice if they would have just kept me over running loads out of Borger, Texas. But I'm guessing this is where they have a driver shortage, is over here on the east. So they just immediately shot me over to the east. And now they're just going to have me running loads over here in the east. All right, here we go. Got to swing really hard to the right, avoid hitting the fence. I think I cut back over a little too early. We're barely on there. It's not as pretty as ABF, but we're on there. I'm barely on there. I'm much longer than ABF. All right, I'll be back in a minute. All right. Got some ladies in the office here that not very pleasant to deal with. She was really kind of pissed off that I didn't know what to do. She just seemed, yeah, I barely fit on the scale. Like my front tire and my rear tire are both within like a foot at the front and rear of the scale. And I didn't get a map. I got a list of directions on where I'm supposed to go. And apparently, because this is my first time here, they want me to go to the receiving office, where normally I don't have to do that, apparently. I don't know. She said, well, since you're new, I'm going to have you go to the receiving office. I don't know what that meant. All right, so I need to go to the end of the warehouse and turn left, and then turn left at the stop sign. And there's the scale I'm supposed to use on the way out. Once I get an empty, I have to scale it, write down my weight, and then when I leave, she's going to inspect my trailer, and I give her the piece of paper back with the weight on it. I hope that these directions are accurate. I mean, it says receiving this direction, but I have directions like turn left at the stop sign, go through the next stop sign. I hope they're counting the stop signs correctly, because they're telling me to take a left at the end of the warehouse, but they're also telling me to take a left at the stop sign. I don't know if they meant that that stop sign, I'm not sure if that stop sign right there counted as the left, or if that was the left at the end of the warehouse, or both. So it says, so I took a left at the end of the warehouse. Now it says turn left at the stop sign. This is it. This is the stop sign. I turn left. But it says receiving is straight ahead, And it says go through the next stop sign. So I think this is the stop sign I'm supposed to go through, and they weren't counting that stop sign back there. I think that was the stop sign I was supposed to turn left at. This is, like, these are horrible directions. All right. It has to be going this direction because it says now I go over 4 railroad tracks. And if I would have made a left right there, I wouldn't have gone over any railroad tracks. The 4th track runs into the building. And when she told me to scale on the way out, I asked her where the scale was at. She said, follow the directions. That's the kind of attitude she had. It's like, all right. And on here, it doesn't say where the scale is at, but I did notice the scale as I was driving by. I think that's the scale they want me to use. So this is number 1, railroad track. Number 2. And here's all of the carbon black trailers. There's trailer 12340, so that other driver beat me here. All right, are they moving one of these trains? All right, they want me to go. Now there's number 3.
Brand new TSD driver.
Yeah.
They tell you where you're going, I'll take your paperwork.
They gave me that.
Yeah, hang on to that. Let me see your paperwork that you got for me. Save you a trip into the office.
All right. It's got some extra stuff in there. Let me. I can grab the extra stuff off of it if you want.
So you're gonna go out with these trucks? Yes, sir. We'll see where this Penske truck's going. We can give them an escort. We'll grab your card. Okay. It's timed out about beautifully. We can give you an escort down there.
Awesome.
So what I'm gonna have you do is kind of just pull up and tuck off to the side. She's going in to get our golf cart real quick. And then you'll follow us down. We'll show you exactly where to go.
All right. Thank you much. All right, so these people are awesome. This is the receiving department. They're super nice. Keeping an eye on this forklift driver over here. They just want me to move over here to the right, kind of out of the way, and they're going to get in a golf cart and show me where to go. I think this guy's wanting to get out of this spot. I'm going to pull a little bit further up. That local driver's pulling out from underneath that trailer. I'm just trying to stay out of people's way. Damn it. Did I give her my list of instructions?
Excuse to get out of the office. Anywhere in this lot, just try to keep them tight and leave this area open right here.
Okay, all right.
Okay? Once you drop your trailer, make sure the trailer is dropped high enough my spotters can get under it. They've been very anal about that lately. If it's too low, we end up having to call your dispatch. They have to call something. It's a whole thing.
Okay.
Once you drop it here, once you're going back the way you just came from, on that left-hand side, all those trailers there are empty. Take your choice.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you don't drive 4 TSD. Do you know which trailers are better than which?
No. They gave me a list of trailers.
Let me see the list. I'll tell you what's better.
That's what your office gave me.
Yeah. That 126 is the newest. The 12601 is the newest series.
Okay.
123s are about 5 years old. They're a little junky, but they're not too bad.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it. She is awesome. So, yeah, she told me which trailers out of their fleet are the newest. All right, so yeah, the people in the check-in area were a little snobby. This lady is freaking amazing. Looks like I might have a spot right here. Or not. They've got the there's another trailer that is pulled too far forward. So I'm gonna have to put it at the end of the row, I think. I can't put the landing gear on the pad right here because there's a trailer in that spot that's just not far enough forward. All right. I hope I can get it close enough over here that I can leave an opening for people to drive around. Because that was the only thing she really told me to do, is make sure that I leave enough room right here for people to drive around. I'm going to try to get it really close to this trailer. And I do still have my instruction sheet. I checked that while I was grabbing the other piece of paper for her. And she said that her yard dogs complain about us dropping the trailers too low. So make sure I get the trailers high enough. And I can understand that because the TSD person, whenever I was dropping the trailer, the TSD person was complaining about how high I was jacking it. He told me to just jack it until it barely touches the ground and then pull out from underneath it. You're not supposed to do that. I'll explain that in a second. Let me make sure I'm on the concrete. All right, no, I need to go back a little bit. Looks like it's at an angle. Let me check this side. Yeah, I need to go back probably about 5 or 6 feet to be able to get it on this side. They've got the trailers all parked at the wrong angle for the concrete strip for the landing gear. The landing gears barely fit parking them at this angle. All right, it's on. I'm going to pause the video while I drop the trailer, and I'll try to remember to explain again for the 100th time how you're supposed to drop the landing gears. I'll be back in a second. All right, we're all unhooked. Got me breathing heavy. So, landing gear, what are you supposed to do? I know the super truckers tell you to get it to where it's like 6 inches off the ground and then pull out from underneath it. What are you actually supposed to do? You're supposed to crank the landing gear until it is solidly on the ground, not just the pedals barely touching, and then crank it one more time, one more revolution. That's what you're supposed to do. He said he's going back the other direction. But if you don't believe me, you don't have to trust me. This is not a trust me bro moment. Don't trust me, don't trust super truckers. Go read any manual for any 53-foot trailer from the manufacturer, and it'll tell you what I just told you. Crank it all the way solidly to the ground and then do one more rotation. I'm going to let this yard dog go around me because he wants to go fast and I don't want to go fast. And he's dropping shit all over the road. This guy's going to go pick it up and throw it in his container. Well, maybe I shouldn't have let the yard dog go around. But yeah, go read the manufacturer's manual. If you don't believe me, you shouldn't trust people out here. There's a ton of tribal knowledge that is incorrect in this industry. There's a lot of things that are flat out not correct, or they used to be correct and they're not correct anymore. All right, this is the empty yard here. Let me get the piece of paper that has the trailer numbers. (12601). Right there it is. Alrighty. Back in here and oh, that thing looks really high. I'm gonna have to jack. That thing's like a foot high. Oh my goodness. All right, let's get partially under it. All right, I'm gonna pause the video while I get out and jack this thing down. Yard dogs will do this whenever they get pissed off. Like if they have to, if you leave a trailer too low and they have to jack it up, they will intentionally like raise the landing gear all the way up. They'll do shit like this. This is like, so she told me that the yard dogs are always complaining that the landing gears are too low. So this is probably them, their little revenge is to crank them up all the way. So I'm going to pause this while I go lower the landing gear. Be back in a minute. All right. I just did a whole bunch of paperwork. Sent emails to everybody. Sent copies of the paperwork to everybody. Transflowed the paperwork. Did just updated my ELD with the new load information, the new trailer information. Logged a vehicle inspection report. Updated my GPS with a. I just did a trip plan to figure out where I'm going to fuel and where I'm going to go, and all that good stuff. I got to be really careful crossing railroad tracks at these places because they've got this little railroad car thing, this little rail engine that they are constantly shuffling these railroad cars around with.
Turn right, then you'll take your first right.
So the trailer is in excellent condition.
Turn right. Continue for half a mile.
So all we got to do is just scale and write down the number. So it says pull over. So run across the 4 tracks, pull over to the right, walk across the street, go inside the forklift ramp or the door on the building. After you get loaded, they will give you paperwork. Come back out. At the end of the warehouse, there is a scale with a red readout. Pull up on the scales, write down your readout. Just a second here. I got security or somebody going past me in the other direction. I gotta make sure I get over my side of the road. Right rear weight, drive back to our building, pull up on the far side, take the weight and paperwork back to the window of the person that helped you. It will be updated in the computer. I got to make sure that they don't try to keep my paperwork because the receiving office kept their copies. All right, make sure there's nobody coming. That was a little weird when I was coming to a stop. It was like the truck clutch wasn't engaging fully. It was still lunging forward when I was braking. Ooh, I should have hooked a little further left than that. I'm gonna have to test the brakes again here in a second. Well, I'm gonna be stopping on the scale. They've got it set up to where you can look at it in your mirror. All right, that time it didn't lunge or anything. All right, God, I'm almost too long for their scales. Let me make sure my tire's all the way on. I barely fit on their scales lengthwise. All right, I've got a little bit that I can pull forward. It's not staying in one spot. The wind is causing it to bounce around. We're going to go with 33,600. All right, there we go.
Take your next right.
Ooh, let's turn the air conditioner up. Getting all hot and bothered in here. All right, let's see what text message I got.
Turn right, then you'll take your first left.
We got a stop line right here where you're supposed to stop at. She ran out like I was going to run away or something. I'll be right back. Yeah, she's still being a little arrogant know-it-all, pain in the ass. She ran up at me like I was going to drive off or something like that. And she said, "You were supposed to stop at the door." Like, oh, I didn't know that. I was stopping at the stop line right there. And she's like, "No, that's just for people who have seals." And I was like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And she said, "Oh, no, you're okay. You're good." And then she got really nice and sweet. And she said, and I handed her the paperwork with the weight on it and all that stuff. She was like, "Oh, you're fine. You're good." But she was a little drama queen when she ran up to the trailer.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
Son of a bitch. I handed her my damn paperwork. Oh, no, never mind.
Head southwest.
I put that paperwork in the top cabinet. I didn't give it to her. I was about to back all the way up to the damn guard shack.
At the next stop sign, turn left.
All right, let me see how this is routing me.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Illinois Highway 142.
I don't like the way this thing's routing me. So we're not going to take the Google route. All right, after this car, oh shit. Just as this car starts to clear, another one comes flying around the corner. And now cars are starting to come from the left just as this one's starting to clear. All right. So Google wants me to take a left at the light and take this state road a really long way. It runs parallel to the interstate. And yeah, I'm not going to do that. They're mowing up here, and the mower is coming in and out of the roadway. So I have to be really careful driving past this person that's mowing.
At the next light, turn left.
All right, they're way off the roadway right now. We're good. We got another one mowing down there. So the way I came in last night, Mount Vernon, population 15,300. The way I came in last night was down this road right here, just straight ahead. And that's the way I'm going to go out. Because if I go left, then I either have to take a state road really far south to intersect with the interstate, or I have to...
At the light, turn left onto Illinois 37 South, South 10th Street.
Or I have to get onto another interstate and then take that back the direction I'm going right now. Actually, it's not even, it's northwest. So I have to backtrack up northwest to hit the interstate and then go back down.
In a quarter mile, continue straight and stay on Fisher Lane, Veterans Memorial Drive.
So rather than do all that, I'm just going to go straight this way. 33,600 pounds. We're about 16 and a half tons.
Continue straight.
16.75 tons, somewhere in that area.
Continue on Veterans Memorial Drive for 2 miles.
Begin Class 2 truck route. I don't know what a Class 2 truck is. This is a Class 8 truck. Or maybe that was Class 11 truck route. It was Class like 1-1 or I don't know. So whenever I texted Caitlin with the trailer that I dropped and the trailer I picked up, I also mentioned that I would prefer to just get to my next pickup location and start my 34 rather than do a short delivery. And I emailed, I told that in an email to Tony as well, the Landstar agent. So hopefully they're not going to have me do some little 140-mile delivery. One mile, I make a left turn to get on the interstate. Did I remember to fill up my water? Or I did not fill up my damn tropical punch. That is a habit I have not yet gotten into. So let's stay in the left lane because I got a left turn coming up.
In half a mile, turn left onto the
Light just turned green, so it might stay green long enough for me to make it through there. Come on, green, 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 green. Yay, the traffic's stopping over to the left, so I think we're about to turn. Or they have a green arrow making a left-hand turn to opposing traffic. Damn it. Oh, you would wait until I was just about to come to a stop. Couldn't have done it a few seconds earlier. Well, at least I didn't come to a complete stop. We can be positive. I had somebody in the comment section complaining that they don't like any of my videos except load board videos, and they would prefer that I not do any videos except load board videos. And they also want me to only do short load board videos. And then they complain that I complain too much in my videos in another comment. So, sounds like I complain too much. There's too much negative stuff going on while I'm driving. I need to put a positive spin on everything. Ooh, 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 we got a yellow. We got a yellow. We're running the yellow. We made the yellow.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-57 South, I-64 East.
Man, the use is restricted on the interstate to everything. Can't drive farm equipment on the interstate, motor-driven vehicles. I don't know what in the world that was. All kinds of stuff restricted. Mount Vernon Dream Homes. That is a bold
Continue on I-57 south for 1.5
name
miles.
of a like manufactured home business. I don't think like a trailer house is somebody's dream home. I think that is settling. I think that is, this is what I could get. Could be somebody's dream home. A buddy of mine that I've known since high school, he bought some land out in the middle of nowhere, Arkansas, and he had I'm not sure if it was a double wide house where it came in two pieces and they slapped it together, or if it was just like one single piece. Some type of manufactured home.
Use the right 2 lanes to take a slight right onto I-57 south. Signs for Memphis.
And he was, I don't remember the details, but I remember him telling me how like crazy expensive it was. Like almost all of his money went to
Take a slight right onto I-57 south. Signs for Memphis.
trucks use left lane. I'm not falling for your traps. I don't know why Illinois has this trucks use left lane crap. I remember the construction all night last night that I was driving through was
There's construction ahead.
tons of trucks use left lane, and I never could figure out why. Maybe it was so that trucks wouldn't have to move over for the last second, or at the last second for people that are broke down on the shoulder, because it's a narrow shoulder. Usually when they're telling trucks to use a lane, it's the shitty lane. I'm like, screw you guys. You notice how almost no one is obeying that? The only time I've ever seen that use left lane make sense is when they have short on-ramps and they just kind of want everybody to use the left lane to make it easier for merge traffic that is like on a construction merge where they don't have any merge lane. And they basically just tell all traffic use the left lane. And that is some thick pavement over there on the left. You see that? Oh, that's for the bridge. That's just bringing it up high enough to go onto the bridge, and then the thickness disappears. I remember I was in high school, one of I wouldn't call him a friend, but somebody I went to high school with, his dad worked for, I don't know what he worked for, but he worked on like construction on interstates and stuff like that. I don't know if that's Department of Transportation or what it is, but he was his dad was really cool. Both of his parents were really cool. They were like the cool parents, and they hung out with us and stuff like that. And he was telling us that there was somebody that moved over from California and started working with the DOT or whatever he worked for, and they couldn't believe how we built roads in Oklahoma. I can't remember the exact thickness because it's been 30-something years probably. But I remember him talking about how thin Oklahoma roads are. Like the entire road is only like 2 or 4 inches thick or something like that. And he was saying in California, you know, they would scrape it down and then they would put a layer of this and then a layer of that and then this and then that. And the entire roadway would be like a foot thick. And Oklahoma's entire roadway is only like 2 to 4 inches thick. Now, I don't know if they still do it that way, but I remember him talking about that when I was over at his house one time. I mean, I guess it keeps you in a job. I mean, if you don't build the roads to last, you just kind of haphazardly slap them together. It's like a shitty mechanic. You know, shitty mechanics make more money because they don't fix the problem. You keep going back and just dumping more and more money on them. Like with my APU. I dumped about $50,000 into that APU before I just stopped dealing with mechanics on the APU. Because they charged me like $1,000 to do nothing. It would not fix anything. And then I'd take it back in the shop, spend another $1,000 for them to not fix anything. Just replace random parts. And a lot of times they didn't even replace parts. They just sat there and diagnosed and did this and did that. And they would charge me like 3 or 4 hours of labor at like $140 an hour. I wish I could go back and, you know, talk to myself. I wish I knew now. I wish what I knew now, or what I know now, I knew back then.
There's construction ahead.
Sorry, I'm distracted by all the construction vehicles, and I got a truck, some super trucker, hauling ass through the construction trying to pass me. He's just sitting along my left side right now. Speed limit is 55, and I'm doing 62 through the construction. And I think this is a 65 governed truck that's out here trying to pass me. He got scared because he saw a bunch of people standing around. He backed off of it and slowed down to 60. And now he's off my side. I've got like 4 hours until I get to West Memphis, Arkansas. I hope that they figure out where my next load is picking up by the time I get there, because basically all they told me was start heading in the direction of Addis and Villa La Platte, Louisiana, and we'll figure out where your next load is going. So that's what I'm doing. I'm heading back down toward Addis. And I hope it's in Addis, because Villa La Platte is kind of a pain in the ass. It's a lot of out of route miles. There's not really an interstate that goes straight there, or a nice highway that goes straight there. Kind of have to backtrack up to Villa La Platte. You have to basically go to Addis and then go back up north. Uh-oh, the super trucker in the left lane, it got caught up by another super trucker. 242 miles to Memphis. So there's somebody riding that person's ass. So now they're speeding up. The intimidation worked. And instead of moving over and letting them pass, they sped up. So I'm still going 62. And now this person's flying by me doing somewhere between 65 and 70. That right there is the truck that's been driving alongside my left side through most of the construction. And here's the truck that flew up on him and started tailgating him to get him to get out of the way. Oh, I hope I never have to pay to get my truck towed. It is so expensive to get a truck towed. I got really lucky on the air compressor. When it failed, I talked about this in previous videos, but the mechanic told me that usually when an air compressor fails, it locks up and it'll rip your belt off. Whenever it stops spinning, your belt will just rip off, and that'll cause your truck to not be drivable, because that belt is attached to, it's the AC compressor, the alternator. I'm not sure what else is attached to that belt. Those are the only two things I know of, is the AC compressor and the alternator are on that belt. So you might maybe be able to drive the truck without an alternator. You could drive the truck for a while. Maybe. And then charge the batteries with the APU. Or if I could find some way to get the APU to run while the truck was running, might possibly be able to drive without the alternator. But I'm not sure what all's hooked up to that that particular belt. There might be, the water pump might be hooked up to that belt for all I know. Definitely can't drive without a water pump. But the mechanic said, yeah, if it locks up, you have to get towed. You can't drive the truck, because it's going to rip the belt off, and you can't put a new belt on because it won't spin. You turn the truck on, and it'll just rip a new belt in half. Great. We've caught up with a pack of slow vehicles. has caused a huge cluster. But the way my AC compressor failed is it just like broke free and started free spinning. Instead of locking up, it just started free spinning. And that meant that the only thing that failed was the compressor itself. Now, what's really strange is that the engine was running really hot when the AC compressor failed. And I'm not sure if that's because the AC compressor was putting off a lot of heat because I was trying to run it. Failed AC compressors will put off a lot of heat. I'm not going to pass this pack of trucks. So I'm not sure if that's the reason the engine was running hot. Or if there was something else. I think I'm going to go get over in the left lane since this line of trucks is in the left lane. And then people won't have to pass me on the left and then pass all these trucks on the right. After this car passes me, I'll move over to the left. Now the trucks are moving pretty good. They were doing like 55. Now I'm back up to doing 62 and keeping pace with them. It's very confusing for people whenever you have these stupid signs like trucks use the left lane. A lot of people don't think you're supposed to pass on the right. So it'll cause little congestions like this where people won't pass. And vehicles will just start building up, and it'll get to the point where people like me won't pass because there's just too many vehicles. Into construction. I'm not going to get out there and pass like 20 vehicles that are all going the speed limit. Well, everybody seems to be moving really close to the same speed as me. I got my cruise set at 70. And I don't think I finished my thought from earlier. I was thinking about how many miles it was to West Memphis, Arkansas, and how long it would take. I should be there before like 5 p.m. All right, we have a lane restriction on trucks. Trucks are only supposed to use the 2 right lanes. So I want to move over to the right, make sure there's not a 4-wheeler over there. All right. All traffic is slowing down. I just slowed down from 70 to 60. But if they're going to have me pick up in Borger, Amarillo, I should be notified of that before they leave at the end of the day at 5 p.m., before their day ends. So I should know by the time I get to West Memphis if I need to, take I-40 westbound. And as far as where I'm going to park and take my 34, I would like to get really close to my pickup location, but my pickup location is in a pretty busy area, and I'm going to be rolling in there around midnight, 1 a.m. So I'm going to try to stop somewhere where I can find a parking spot. There's a TA about 100 miles away from the pickup locations, and that's where I'm going to stop and take my 34. That's where I'm planning, but we'll see. Like, who knows what they're going to tell me. About this next load. They're trying to, I don't know how they do their loads, like how far in advance they, have customers book stuff. But they're basically trying to figure out where I'm going to be picking up a load in 2 days. All right. We are going to come up on more construction here pretty soon. and these trucks are moving at like 62 miles an hour. We just have a massive pack of trucks right here that's going to take like 10 minutes to pass, but I'm going to go ahead and start the pass. Let's get this over with. Otherwise, I'm just going to be stuck behind these people all the way to Memphis. And now that I'm going to go out for the pass, probably going to see a bunch of other trucks start jumping out in front of me. We got slow trucks in the center lane. Got slow trucks in both the two right lanes that we're supposed to be in. We're not supposed to be in that far left lane, but we got people just loitering in the center lane. There's already trucks in the far left lane passing them. When there are lane restrictions, you shouldn't be hanging out in the far left truck lane, forcing people to go out into a restricted lane to go around you. Well, the truck in front of me is sped up. It's now pulling away from me, but the U-Haul alongside of it is also sped up. So I don't know what the hell's going on with this pack of trucks. When I was sitting there behind them, they were doing 62, and then when I went out to pass them, now they're cruising along at 70. Now they've all slowed back down to like 65. All right. I'm going out and around this person. OTR Transport. They're speeding up, blocking me from moving back over. And now I'm catching up with this pickup. Once I get around this pickup, I'll be able to move over, hopefully. I'm doing 72 and a 70. And now we're coming into the next construction area. Looks like some people working on the bridge. Hopefully it's just bridge construction. End work zone speed limit. Canada's been sitting there riding behind Central Transport forever, and they decided to wait until I got here to whip out and pass Central. So let's slam on our brakes for these 65 trucks. Great. I'm going to have to go out in the third lane to get around this guy. Because we've got a 65, you got just two 65 trucks just driving side by side right now. Get in your lane, Canada. He's a foreign driver. And we got two more 65 trucks racing each other. I can't tell which truck is faster. Oh, wow. They're going to move back over to the right lane. What a noble sacrifice. I think they got passed on the right. This truck in front appears to be faster. See how much of a pain in the ass it is to get around slow trucks? This is the reason that people don't like to slow down in construction, because these slow trucks a lot of times will not slow down in construction. So you'll spend 20 minutes passing all these people, get into construction, slow down to 55, and then all of them will pass you. And then the construction will end and you'll have to spend 20 minutes passing them again. The wind is ripping. Menards. Oh, so Illinois has Menards. I thought Menards was just a Kansas thing. A second here. I got some trucks passing me that are hauling ass. And then we got this on-ramp traffic. I'm speeding right now. I'm doing 65 and a 55. And I've got people flying by me doing like 75 miles an hour. There's more of these stupid signs from Illinois. All trucks use left lane for reasons unknown. Alright, we've caught up with some slow-moving vehicles, and people are freaking out trying to get around them. Looks like an RV. There's 3 trucks backed up behind an RV, and these trucks are trying to get around that RV. I'm going to go ahead and get in the left lane. Looks like there's multiple RVs. We're just kind of jammed up right here in both lanes. Got to be really, really careful with these trucks that are stuck behind the RVs. They might cut over in that space I got in front of me. Have to be very careful, ready to hit the brakes if they do. If they throw their signal on like they're going to move over, I'll create space for them. But most people don't do that. They'll just throw their signal on as they're changing lanes. And we got somebody with the Amazon trailer. Like, it's a stereotype with the Amazon trailers, but it is so incredibly common to like see somebody pulling an Amazon trailer and they've got their company information like taped to the side door. We got some slow truck in the left lane blocking it. People are afraid to pass on the right. It's probably just some truck that's following the left lane signs. And people don't like passing on the right. And now we're just all jammed up in here. So we're going to get over to the right lane. And we're going to pass on the right. We're not going to sit here in this cluster. I'm doing 65 right now. The speed limit's 55. Oh, now everybody's seeing what it's monkey see, monkey do. So they were just sitting there causing a huge traffic jam, and then other people start going around it, and they're like, oh, maybe that's what I should do. So people just start jumping out in front of you. This is the box truck that was doing 75 a minute, or not box truck, bobtail, that was doing 75 a minute ago. It's just sitting here behind Charger doing 55. How much you want to bet the weigh station is closed? I see somebody pulling into the weigh station. It might be open. Closed. No, it says open. Holy crap. I got the bypass. So everyone that doesn't have the pre-pass system, they're probably out to lunch, and they just set everybody to bypass. And so if you don't have, the pre-pass system, then you're having to pull in over the scale. I'm really surprised that in this construction they have the weigh station open. Whenever I get stopped for my 34, I think I'm going to cook an extravagant meal. I think I'm going to treat myself. I've never cooked rice in the truck. Rice is not hard to cook. And it only takes like maybe 25 minutes. I don't know all the methods to cook rice. I just looked online and I found some recipe for rice, and I've been following it, and it works. And it's basically bring water to a boil, and then I pour my rice in. I let the water come back up to a boil. And then as soon as it starts boiling, I turn the temperature down to like 200 degrees Fahrenheit, which is like a simmer, and let it sit there for 18 minutes. And what I've started doing is using a lot less water in the rice, because I like my rice to be, I don't like, sticky, chewy rice. I like my rice to be a little bit dry. And all the recipes I found tell me that for like regular white rice, it's a 1-to-1 ratio with water and rice. I've started cutting back on the water. Not a lot, but like instead of a full cup of water to a cup of rice, I'm doing like 3/4 of a cup of water to a cup of rice. And it's coming out a lot better. All right, we're out of the construction, speed limit 70. Turning the cruise back on, rolling hard. But I think I'm going to make some rice. So if you've been following along, right lane closed, 2.5 miles ahead. If you have been following along, you know that I'm constantly trying food in the truck, different food, to see what's worth bringing in the truck. And chicken nuggets, great value brand, like chicken nuggets, are amazing. Oh my goodness. And this little 3-in-1 microwave oven air fryer that I have is amazing. Got to be careful with it. The exterior of it does get pretty hot when you're using the oven. But it is a game changer to have an oven. Put those chicken nuggets in there at 400 degrees for 20-25 minutes. Right lane closed in 1 mile. That is amazing. Just chicken nuggets, dip them in barbecue sauce. That's awesome. It's a mile away, truck. Like, you don't need to be getting out in the left lane this early. Damn. We don't even know for sure if the lane is closing. It looks like it is. I think he was just afraid that I was going to pass him. And he wanted to get out there and block me from passing him. He saw me flying up on him. Three miles of single lane. Yay. And I'm behind the person that's going to obey the speed limit. Traffic is going to congest really bad behind me. 3 miles of 45 miles an hour. Well, they're doing bridge work right there. Oh, it's what? Not 3 miles? What? End work zone speed limit. I was sitting there thinking, well, what else are they doing for the next 2 miles, 2.5 miles? If they're just doing bridge work, why do we got construction going on for so far? And the construction ended. Yay. The second we're going downhill, so this truck is letting it coast and is going pretty fast. It's taking a minute for me to get around them, and I got some super trucker 3 inches off my bumper. I've got a big truck too, bro. You're not intimidating me. Which one of us is going to lose if you rear end me? I think you're going to suffer much harsher consequences than me. Oh, it's that damn bobtail that was doing 75 miles an hour when it passed me last time. Left lane closed in 1 mile. Bobtail, you better get on it. All right, there's the lane closure, Bobtail. You better get on it. I don't think it's going to be able to make it around that car in front of me. Is it going? It's going for it. It's going for the pass of the car, and that car in front of me is slowing way down. Oh my goodness. Why are you doing this to me, car? Right when I get to a point where I'm too close to pass her, she starts playing around in the passenger seat and slowing way down. All right, what is the point of this construction? Let's figure out why we're in single lane right now. What are they doing? While we're waiting, let's go back to, oh, sweet, the Nissan Rogue is exiting. Yes. So the chicken nuggets, yeah, I've been eating chicken nuggets in the truck. Last time I was out, in the truck, I started to get a little bit burnt out on chicken nuggets. They were still good, but I was like, you know what? Getting a little bit burnt out on chicken nuggets and barbecue sauce, maybe a different dipping sauce. And I thought, oh, what about sweet and sour? And I thought, you know what? If I had rice, this would basically be like a little Chinese food meal, just chicken nuggets, rice, and sweet and sour. I was like, when I get home, I'm going to try that. And I did. And it was amazing. Just chicken nuggets baked to a crisp. And bake the, outer shell to where it's a little bit crispy. And just cook some white rice. And then just throw the chicken nuggets in with the white rice and pour some sweet and sour sauce over it. Oh my goodness, that was so good. So I brought some rice with me in the truck. And because of power limitations, I'll have to cook them separately. So I'll probably cook the rice first because I'm not too terribly worried about cold rice. And I can always just heat the rice up in the microwave for like a minute after the chicken nuggets are done. All right, I have not seen any construction yet. Maybe I missed it. Several miles of single lane, and I haven't seen any reason for the single lane yet. Rest area in 1 mile. Tempted to pull over to fill up my tropical punch. Thirsty. But I also don't want to waste time. And I don't want to try getting on the interstate in single lane. Uh-oh. We are slowing way down. Got to keep an eye on this bobtail because it can just engage its engine brakes and not even have brake lights and dramatically slow down. We just slowed down to 35 miles an hour. It's probably because of somebody pulling out of the rest area. Oh. Looks like the construction's ending. Come on, bobtail. Get up to speed. I know that you can out-accelerate me. Bobtail wants to go 75 miles an hour. We get out of the construction, and it's just going to sit there and do 60. Oh, now it's going to speed up. All right, this guy has a seal on the trailer, so he's most likely loaded. We're going up a very small hill. He's not dropping a lot of speed, so he's not heavy. There are people who will seal empty trailers. I don't seal empty trailers. I will lock empty trailers, but I don't seal them. Oh, that reminds me. I'm pretty sure I have my lock on me. I'm trying to remember if I have my lock on that trailer. And I'm like 99% sure that I do not have the lock on that trailer. Yeah, my lock is in my side compartment. Sitting there thinking, man, if somebody takes that trailer, they're going to steal my lock. I'm going to have to cut my lock off there. But no, I've got my lock with me. So the plan this time is not to top off fuel in West Memphis, Arkansas. There's actually the place where I'm planning on stopping and taking my 34 is 3 cents a gallon cheaper than West Memphis. And fuel prices are staying pretty flat where they're at right now. They should be rising dramatically, but Trump is still manipulating the oil markets. I cannot believe he's still doing it with the insider trading investigations that are going on. All right, that bobtail has decided to get back up to 75, and it's flying up on me in the left lane right now. So he's kind of confirmed the rumors. We had rumors for the past week or so that the United States was going to start the war up again this week, possibly Monday or possibly later in the week, but sometime this week, the United States was going to attack Iran again, the U.S. and Israel. And he came out and said that they were planning on attacking, and several Gulf Coast countries talked them out of attacking. Are you getting on the interstate or are you taking the exit? You should have a signal on either way. Taking the exit. You shouldn't leave people guessing as to what your intentions are. But he came out and said that they had an attack that they were planning on doing, and they're pausing it to try to see if they can work out a deal, because the Gulf Coast countries claim that Iran is really close to a deal, which is bullshit. What we hear from Israel is Iran is always close to having a nuclear weapon. And what we hear from the opposite side is that Iran is always close to signing a deal. Get in your damn lane. And then you just can't trust anything Trump says. But he's been coming out and telling people that we're close to signing a deal, road construction in 3 miles, and that the oil prices are going to plummet as soon as they sign a deal. So the financial markets, left lane is closed in 3 miles. The financial markets are afraid to bid up the oil futures too high for fear that they're going to get wiped out with the market, with the prices falling down. So they're afraid to bid too high, and it's keeping the oil prices down. I didn't think, I talked about this in several videos recently that I expected the oil prices to start climbing because I expected Trump to stop manipulating the market because they have all of these investigations about insider trading with his market manipulation. But he just continues doing it, and the financial markets continue listening to him. Left lane closed in 1 mile. Let's go ahead and turn the cruise off. Let's see if we can find a reason for this lane closure. Fuck. They're wanting me to go to Texarkana. Okay, so I think I'm still on the route to Texarkana. All right, looks like they actually have something happening. Bridge work. And the vehicles in front of me just slammed on their brakes. All right, so I'm going to have to pull over somewhere and redo my route. But I am still on the correct path for Texarkana.
There are police reported ahead.
All right, end work zone. Texarkana is actually, why? Like, there's not a carbon plant in Texarkana, I don't think. Why in the hell are they having me come down to Texarkana? They must be having me come down there to, like, load up at their transfer facility. I'll have to read the message. So the next rest area I see, I'm going to pull over, read the message, and redo my entire trip plan. Fuck. So I'm not going to Texarkana. They're wanting me to go to somewhere and then do a short load. They think I have enough time on my clock, maybe, to do a load from Addis or somewhere, some carbon plant, and deliver it to Texarkana. And then they're most likely going to get me a load out of there to South Carolina, is what she said. So I have no fucking idea where I'm going right now. I don't know what carbon plant I'm loading at. She just told me that I'm going to pick up something and take it to Texarkana. not happy about this. I just hope it's the Addis plant and not the Villa La Platte plant. Because the Villa La Platte plant is way out of route. I really don't like going to Texarkana because they're probably going to have me reload at their damn transload facility, which means driving around in town for 20 or 30 minutes, going into that residential area where their terminal is at. I don't like going into that area. Trucks should not even be in that area. But yeah, Texarkana is a major pain in the ass. And why are they even bringing loads from like Louisiana to Texarkana, Arkansas, if they have carbon there at their little transload facility in Texarkana? Why not just use that carbon black to deliver to the Goodyear in Texarkana? It doesn't make any sense, the way they're moving this stuff around. All right, this vehicle is going just like a hair faster than me, or hair faster. I'm going a hair faster than them. They're going like a hair slower than me, and I don't like tailgating people, so I'm going to speed up a little bit, get around them. They're speeding up with me because they're not using cruise control. So yeah, my stopping point, my fuel stop, everything is changing right now. I need to know where I'm going. And I'm only 2 hours into my driving. Oh my God, this asshole is making it very difficult to pass. Just keeps speeding up with me. I don't want to be going 80 miles an hour to get around him. I'm doing 72 right now, trying to get around him. Oh, he just backed off. So we're about to drive through Missouri, and Missouri has a lot of truck parking areas. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until I pass the 3-hour mark. So I don't have to take a second 30-minute break. And that should give them enough time to get the rate con over to me, or tell me where in the hell I'm going. And the loaded trailer is probably not going to be ready until tomorrow afternoon. So I would normally be able to start my 34 probably around 2 a.m. But because of this stupid damn load, I'm going to have to wait around for a loaded trailer. Probably not going to be ready until 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And then go do that short run and then start my 34. So I'm just going to lose money doing this short little run. This is really irritating. Like, they're telling me I'm the best driver they've ever had on this account, and I'm telling them this is the first thing I've asked, them for. And it's not a big deal. I just said, rather than use that 6 hours to go deliver a load, I would just like to start my 34, because I don't make any money on short loads, because I don't get paid for all the dropping and hooking and waiting around to be loaded and unloaded. I only get paid for driving, and to give me a short little driving where I'm going to be spending like a whole day getting loaded and unloaded, it's just not worth my time. So, yeah, they don't give a shit. These businesses, all they care about is themselves. That's one of the reasons that I quit being an employee, is because every place I've ever worked at, they've always told me that, like, I'm the best employee they've ever had. And that's it. Good job. I didn't get raises. I didn't get bonuses. I didn't get any form of compensation for being really good at my job, going above and beyond. I just got thanked for it. That was it. And a lot of times I didn't even get a thank you. So that's one of the reasons I decided to go work for myself, is so that I can reap the rewards of my hard work instead of other people, businesses making more money because of me, managers getting promotions because of me. Yeah, this is a little bit pissed off about this. I don't know the exact mileage from wherever they're going to have me pick this load up to Texarkana. I don't know how close they're cutting my hours. I am not getting anything from Tony. Where am I picking up? Question mark. I hope it's Addis. Fuck, it's Villa La Platte. My God, man. This account is fucking annoying. Sorry for the language. Goose Fraba. Goose Fraba. Why do I not want to go to Villa La Platte? Basically, to get to Villa La Platte, I have to go to Addis and then turn back up north like 30 miles. I'm going to have to stop and see if there's a better route to Addis. I might have to change my entire route. Because Addis is off of, I forget what interstate, but there's not a good crossover to get over to that interstate from this side. There's no highway that goes straight there. I basically have to drive all the way down to New Orleans and then come back up north. I think we're crossing into Missouri right now. Missouri state line.
Welcome to Missouri.
So yeah, I need to completely redo my route plan right now. And I don't think my route is going to change until I get to I-40. So I don't know. I still have to stop and get fuel. So maybe I should just take my 30 when I get fuel and just stop and do the route plan. I don't know. The route plan is probably going to take like 30 minutes. Ugh. I could just stop at this way station. We have a way station in 2 miles. I've only been driving for 5 hours and 50 minutes, or I have 5 hours and 50 minutes left of my 8 hours, so I've been driving for 2 hours and 10 minutes. You need to make it past the 3-hour mark, otherwise you have to take a second 30-minute break. I got the bypass, so I'm not stopping here. Are they open? It looks like they're open, and I got the bypass. My goodness. They don't really have much of a truck parking area over there at the way station anyway. I don't know if I have enough time to get to Villa La Platte in this drive shift. I don't think I can with the route that I'm thinking of, where I have to backtrack up north, because that's going to be like probably close to 700 miles. I have to try to find a way to cut across some highway. What? That sign was talking about road work on I-55 northbound, right lane closed. We're going southbound. Why would they have that sign over here? All right, she's still sending me a message. Let me see what in the hell she's typing. It'll be going to the Cooper Goodyear place that I went last time, and then we'll probably do the same thing, grab an empty from there, take it across to the TSD yard, and grab a loaded from there. We normally go either Trenton or Graniteville out of there. So yeah, I'm going to do the exact same thing in Texarkana. I thought that was going to be something really rare for me to have to go to Texarkana and like do a whole bunch of local shit. And I'm sorry that I'm like getting really negative. I know that I've already had a complaint that I'm too negative, but I'm fuming right now. I'm sorry about the language, sorry about the negativity, but I do not get paid to drive around local in town or do drop-in hooks or do live loads and live unloads. I only get paid for miles driven. And everything that they were telling me that is going to be like really rare is happening on every single load. Waiting around for trailers, doing live loads, live unloads. And I really hate driving around in Texarkana. There should not be a trucking company in that residential neighborhood. Got a few vehicles coming on the on-ramp. I was about to get out in the left lane to pass this truck anyway. Canadian trucker. Why does every Canadian trucker look like they come from India? Boomland, exit now. Let's go buy some firecrackers. This is the time of year when we're going to start seeing a lot of 1.4 explosive loads. Not many trucking companies haul hazmat, so we'll probably get a lot of those loads on Landstar's load board. All right, let's go out and get in the left lane. Is this an RV pulling an RV? Or is it a truck loaded with an RV pulling an RV? It appears to be a tow truck loaded with an RV, towing an RV. Don't you fucking come over that close. Four-wheeler just started drifting into my lane like 20 feet in front of me. Are these two traveling together? They both have Texas plates. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're traveling together. 38 minutes until I can take a 30-minute break. Let's see what Tony sent me an email with the rate con. Let's see what he says. He also put a note in there, which he doesn't normally do. Daniel, they will be picking up Villa La Platte and going to Texarkana, and we'll do a reset, then do long haul like Trenton or Graniteville, South Carolina. So both her and Tony, both Caitlin and Tony, are basically saying, you know, we know we're screwing you over on this one, But we're going to get you on the next one. Thanks for doing us a favor. That's what they're doing. They're telling me that my next load is going to be a long load. A long haul, all the way to South Carolina. I don't know how long that is. It's probably 600 miles, 700 miles. Who knows? I don't know what the distance is.
In 2 miles, take exit 1A, drive 55 south toward Memphis.
All right, we got 2 miles until we get on to 55 south to Memphis. And what's the fuel mileage been since I've started going 70? 6.1. My fuel mileage right now is really bad. We're traveling on fairly flat land, but I have a strong headwind. I'm doing like 5.5 miles per gallon because of the strong headwind. That's the main reason your miles per gallon goes down as your speed goes up, is because of wind resistance. And then throw a headwind on top of that.
In half a mile, take exit 1A, drive 55 south toward Memphis.
All right, it looks like we might have a 20 mile per hour turn to get on to 55. $30 miles per hour.
Take exit 1A.
$32 minutes. And I've got 142 miles to Memphis. I'm just sitting here thinking, I don't think there is a good route to Villa La Platte. I think I'm either going to have to do really high mileage to get there or take some country bumpkin roads. And then to get to Texarkana from Villa La Platte, I think it's also not, there are not any good routes. It's either country bumpkin roads or high mileage. I really want to look at the map right now and just get this figured out, because I've only got enough hours to drive like maybe 120 miles with 6 hours. Or not, no, that's not right. I can drive maybe 6 times 4, about 240 miles. And then I need the other 2 hours for doing the drop and hook. Actually, I probably need more than 2 hours to do the drop and hook and then drive across town and then do the live load at their transload facility. And then have to go find a parking spot somewhere for my 34 after that. So I need like 30 minutes at least to find a parking spot. An hour for the drop. An hour for the reload. Talking about like absolute minimum 2.5 hours of time I'm going to need in Texarkana to do the drop and hook and reload and find a place to park for the 34. So that leaves me with 4 hours of 3.5 hours of driving. So that'd be 210 miles, absolute max, that I can drive. And that's if nothing goes wrong between here and there. If I have another tire blowout, that could eat up an hour or two. I don't know what the distance is between Villa La Platte and Texarkana. But we'll figure it out in a minute. I'm going to have to completely redo my trip plan Got all the truck stops here. Speedway, TA, Loves, Pilot Flying J. Got a Goodyear shop. What the hell is going on? I've been catching up with this truck, and then once I caught up with it, it seems like it's going the same speed as me. Yeah, its speed is fluctuating. Now it's going faster than me. So this person is not using cruise control. Thought it was my imagination. I was like, man, I like caught up to the truck and then got behind it, and now it's going the same speed as me. And well, now I got alongside of it. Now it's going faster than me. Now it seems to be going the same speed as me. Now it's going faster than me. I see what he's doing. He's trying to speed up and cut me off before we catch up with this flatbed. Well, if this asshole wasn't speeding up, then I would have already been past him. So you want to play games? I can speed up too. We're just driving alongside each other right now. Foreigner. Now he's slowed down. We have a huge problem with foreign labor in the trucking industry. There is a massive number of foreigners working in this industry, and it is just got the rates so low with this excess workforce, this massive extra workforce that we have. I'm going to move over and let these four-wheelers around me before I pass the flatbeds, because he's had me out there blocking the left lane for a long time, speeding up on me. "20 minutes until I can take my 30. And I remember the drive up here, it was just constant truck parking areas. And I don't recall seeing a single one on the way down. Maybe we just haven't hit that section of road where there's tons of truck parking areas yet. Oh no. Those flatbeds have been following each other for a long time. I hope this is not going to be a snail race. Right when I catch up to them, they decide to pass each other. And now I've got the last four-wheeler I was letting around is sitting alongside me right now. And that truck that was trying not to let me pass is like a half mile behind me. They've slowed way down. All right, let's set on the cruise and see how fast this flatbed's going to see if I'm going to pass them or not. I'm at my cruise speed right now. And they are going almost the exact same speed as me, slightly slower. Like, why did they sit there behind Maverick for so long and just wait for me to catch up to him and then decide to pass? Why do people do that shit? People have this mentality that this is a line or something. It's like, oh my God, people are cutting in line. I can't let people get in front of me. Good Lord, man. Is it wind? What is going on here? I'm struggling to stay 70. Are we going uphill? Yeah, it's wind. Like, it is a really strong headwind. every time I let off the throttle to let it just go back to cruise, it decelerates so fast because of the wind. And I'm looking at the trees are barely moving. It doesn't look like the wind is blowing that hard. The truck decelerates down to like 68 before the throttle like kicks in and brings it back up to 70. See what my fuel mileage is on this flat-ish land. Oh, 8 miles per gallon right now. 7.8, 7.5. We're getting a little bit of a wind gust. It just dropped down to 7. 6.5. 7.5. It's bouncing all over the place. So far, I don't think I've gone to the same place twice yet. But eventually, I'm going to have to start going to the same place twice. Welcome center and rest area in 1 mile. Still got 14 minutes until I hit 3 hours of driving. It's a really big parking lot. Holy crap, I'm getting passed by a Crete and I'm doing 70? Crete's doing at least 75. That looked like a company truck. They went by me quick. Seven minutes until I can pull over. I really want to pull over, and I don't like driving and like not knowing what in the hell's going on. I want to be able to think about what's going on while I'm driving. So I need to get some details. Five minutes. Looks like we're approaching a storm, which will hopefully clean the truck off. Looks like it's going to rain pretty hard. Is this thing parked on the shoulder, or is it? Yeah, it's parked. Just trying to figure out if it was merging on or if it was parked. Four minutes, and it looks like we're pretty close to the rain. Over there to the left, I can see it dumping. Looks like it's probably going to be raining so hard traffic will slow down. Yeah, traffic coming from the other direction they all have their wipers on, so we're about to hit it right now. There it goes. Let's go ahead and turn the cruise control off because some people might start slamming on their brakes. Now we got people pulling over to the shoulder. Yeah, traffic is slowed down. I wish they would all get in one lane though, instead of just going the same damn speed across both lanes. And you're all supposed to have your lights on right now. Doesn't look like this is going to last very long. Maybe just enough to clean the windshield. Come on, man. Get the hell out of the way. If you want to go slow, get over in the right lane and go slow. Rain has already almost stopped. Cleaned off the window. All right, the truck has moved over to the right lane. Now US Foods is moving over to the right lane. Yay, the left lane is clearing. This dumbass in the truck right here just caused that traffic jam. And now they're back up to doing 70 miles an hour. I don't have a problem with people slowing down for conditions as long as it's reasonable. You know, don't stop in the interstate. But don't block the road. What's going on here? All right, we're coming up on stop traffic. I just saw somebody drive across the shoulder over on the right. Like, we're coming up on completely stopped traffic. I just saw a pickup drive off the interstate and drive over the grass over there to the side road. So there must be an accident up ahead. We got enough rain to clean the truck off a little bit. That was nice. And it looks like it might have been enough rain to cause an accident. I can't tell what's going on. It is a little frustrating that people are flying by me in the left lane. So whatever it is appears to be cleared up. Might have just had a rear end, somebody driving way too slow on the interstate, then somebody not paying attention. All right, I can take my 30-minute break now. "65 mph, gang." How many of these people flew by in the left lane when traffic stopped? Governed trucks are typically the most aggressive people on the road. Where in the hell is a truck parking area? Rest area or something? I don't like whenever I'm just doing a quick stop like this, I don't like going to truck stops. It takes too long to get in and out of a truck stop. It's a huge waste of time. I prefer easy on and off rest areas. We got some flashing lights about a mile up. They look like yellow lights. Construction, oversized, something like that. Looks like an oversized load. I wonder if that's the reason we came to a stop. Liquid trucking, paid hourly. Nobody took the exit to Interstate 155. So I think this oversized load is the reason we have this massive congestion of trucks right here, because you look in front of that oversized load, it's wide open space. Behind the oversized load, it's just bumper to bumper trucks. And I think it's a bunch of low governed trucks that can't pass each other. It's the 65 mile per hour gang doing 65 mile per hour things. And this is what we would have across the whole country if they mandated that every truck be governed at 65, which is what the mega carriers have been pushing for decades. It would just be lines of trucks not able to pass each other. And if a truck ever did try to get out and pass, other trucks would squeeze together to not let them in between them. So they'd be stuck out there blocking the left lane. It would be a traffic nightmare. All right, I'm going to get behind this tanker for a minute, let the four-wheelers around me, and then I'm going to get out and pass this tanker and this other truck because they're doing like 68. All right, is that the only four-wheeler? Oh, it looks like the other four-wheeler dipped in behind me. I think this truck is speeding up. It seems like it's slowing way down now. Yeah, it's speeding up, trying not to let me back over. Just a hearse in front of me. Chop, chop, hearse. Hearse is not maintaining speed. They got their wipers on high. I can see their wipers just going back and forth really fast. It's barely sprinkling. All right, now they're pulling away from me. I'm riding the cruise right now. So we're about to drive into more rain. I got another asshole pulled in front of me and then slowed down. Is this the truck that I just passed that's passing me? Looks similar. Why the hell do people keep passing me and get in front of me and speed matching me or slowing down in front of me? Now the hearse is slowing way down. Yeah, this is the truck that I just passed a few minutes ago. Has now sped up to 75 and is passing me. I got these assholes in front of me slowing down. They must be taking the exit. Come on, give me a rest area or something. I want to get out of this congestion. I've got 2 trucks trying to pass me right now, catching up with a slow truck. Got this hearse yo-yoing in front of me. It's that foreigner driving the Canadian truck that I passed that was going really slow earlier. What is with these people? Like, why can't they pick a speed? I got past them when they're doing 65, and then all of a sudden they're flying by me when I'm doing 70. And that damn Conestoga is blocking the left lane. They've slowed back down to 70 or 68 in the left lane. Now they're finally moving over to the right lane, and now traffic is starting to move in the left lane. Is it this guy again? Liquid? No, it's a different one. It's not the same tanker I've passed twice already. This is just frustrating. It's like a big-ass game of leapfrog. Getting caught in slower traffic and jammed into the lane and passed by slower trucks. Then you finally get out in the left lane, pass them, get jammed in again, and get just... This really, like, every interstate in the country needs to be an absolute minimum of 3 lanes. Truck parking next right. Not much of a sign there, not much notice. That's not a parking spot, bro. That's the road. That's how you drive around. Well, fuck you. I'm parking in the handicap spot. I'm fat. Close enough. I don't think they should be giving handicapped people CDLs. So if one wants to fight me, we'll fight. I bet I could take a handicapped person. All right. Let's figure this shit out. .2066 Cabot Road. man. If I take dirt roads, it's 462 miles. If I take interstates, it's 540 miles. It's 80 miles further. So there's no really good way to do it. So I've got 555 miles left to go. There's no way I have that. Like, I've been driving for 3 fucking hours. I have 7.5 hours of drive time left. This is telling me that this route is 555 miles. From where I'm at right now. That's an 8-hour drive. I don't have enough hours to make it there. Let's see what the hell they're paying me on this. $970 miles. So the route that I'm taking from where I started, going and doing the entire route's 987 miles, and they're paying me 970 miles. That's close enough. That's not including the drive across town in Texarkana to pick the load up. All right, so now I just got to double check my fuel stop. All right, looks like I'm going to go with my original fuel stop. If I can find the damn thing again. All right, I don't have enough time to make it all the way to Villa La Platte in this drive shift. It's 990 miles total, approximately. So that would be, God, how many hours is that? 990 miles. That'd be 16 hours. Let me use the calculator instead of doing that in my head. $990 divided by 60 equals 16 and a half hours. I have 15 hours. I do not have enough time in my 70 to make it to Texarkana, period. It is 990 miles from where I'm at right now, period. I have 15 hours and 11 minutes left in my 70, period. 990 divided by 60 is 16.5, period. It would take me a minimum of 16 and a half hours just to make it to the Goodyear plant, period. I still need to go find a place to park after the delivery, period. I'm about to get back out on the road and start driving, period. If you want to change the load, please let me know as soon as possible, period. With the way it is currently scheduled, I'll be taking a 34 short of Texarkana with a loaded trailer, period. You know what? I think that's wrong. $805. 805 divided by 16. Never mind, comma, 990 is the total mileage, period. I'm 805 miles away right now, period. I should be able to make it, period.
Head toward I-55 south.
All right. I got 5 minutes left on my 30. I'm going to pause this while I refill my tropical punch and eat some Ripple chips real quick. All right, 30-minute break is up. I did not get to eat on my 30-minute break, so I apologize. I'm going to be eating while I'm driving because as soon as I pause the video, somebody's pulling into my spot just as I'm pulling out.
In 600 feet, merge onto I-55 south.
Let me get on the interstate. It looks like we got some nasty rain. And Caitlin said that she called me instead of just texting me because she said she was driving in some really nasty weather. And I think she's probably based out of Texarkana.
Continue on I-55 south for 70 miles.
Well, we're going to get a truck wash. I hope this storm is not like across the entire state and the entire drive is going to be in this storm. It's dumping now. This is some good rain. This is just a little sprinkle earlier. Now we're getting some good stuff. Well, eating while driving is not going to happen now. Maybe the rain will stop in a minute and I'll get a snack. But my visibility is quite low. We're doing 55 right now. The big fear at the moment is running into slow vehicles. Great. Right when I get up on the ass of this person, they speed up. All right, looks like it's clearing up. We might be dealing with bands of rain for a while. These storms down in the south, they could span multiple states. Like, it could be raining across multiple states. The storm that I'm in right now could be the same storm that Caitlin is in. And this jackass is speeding up with me. Like, do you not understand how dangerous it is to drive alongside somebody in windy, wet roads with low visibility? I think there's a lot of people out here that don't have functioning brains. Closed. All right, the way station's closed, and the closed sign was behind a bush. I could not see the closed sign until I got almost right across from it. These storms tend to go northeast, and I think I can see storm to my right. So I'm hoping as we go south, we're gonna go south of the storm. I'm hoping this is the last edge of it. All right, so I should have about an hour and a half to 2 hours of time to play with on my clock. That's time for me to, like, go find a parking spot after I deliver the load. I don't even remember what the load's paying. It's 900. They're paying 970 miles, and they pay $240 a mile on the line haul, 70 cents a mile fuel surcharge. Oh, I hope you're planning on going 70, because the road just started to clear up, and I was just speeding up, and then this guy comes out around me. So I'm actually staying at 65. I want to get up to 70, but I'm staying at 65 to let this person pass. And then I'm going to get out and pass them because they're doing like 68. They were just going way too fast for conditions, and now that the conditions loosened up, This is what I'm talking about whenever I talk about slow governed trucks. They are the most dangerous trucks on the road because they just run at their governor no matter what. Like, conditions are bad, they're running at their governor. Speed limit goes down, they're running at their governor. Visibility is 15 feet. They're running at their governor, which is a situation that we were just in. Is visibility was really low. That's the reason I was only going 55. And this person was doing 68, running at their governor. When you're driving 68 miles an hour and 100-foot visibility, you're just putting you're putting your life, you're trusting your life to everyone else. You're just going to do something really dumb and trust that everyone around you is going to keep you safe. What the hell is this four-wheeler going to do? They're speeding up, they're slowing down. Damn, dude. Stay in your lane. Foreigner. Looks like he's about 12 years old. Indian kid. Driving 75 to 80 miles an hour and can't maintain his lane. He's just whipping the hell out of that trailer. Alright, so let me try to open up my chocolate peanut butter. Oh my god, are you fucking kidding me? Like, I've already got a truck in front of me that can't maintain his speed, and now this jackass is going to get in between us. I got this other one yo-yoing in front of me, and now this one's going to get in the tiny little space that I have. It's probably taking this exit. Yeah, both these stupid fucks took the exit. People just on for like one exit, driving like they're on Main Street. Sorry for the language. I'm just really frustrated. Not changing lanes for you. Figure your shit out. There's a quarter mile of nothingness behind me. Enjoy it. I'm eating the chocolate peanut butter wafer right now. And it looks like we're driving, excuse me, looks like we're driving straight into the storm again. It's 4:40 p.m. Traffic should die down in a couple of hours. Traffic is about to get really bad here in about 20 minutes. 5 o'clock rush hour. It's about to start dumping rain. About to go low visibility again. Weekend warriors over here on the right. Got their RV, got their boat. Keep your boat out of my lane, please. All right, what's going on with this dumbass in front of me? There's some moron, looks like a flatbed, that's driving down the road with their hazard lights on. Passing people with their hazard lights on. Now the dumbass in front of me just threw his four-ways on. Come on, four-wheeler, get around me. Where in the hell did that flatbed with their hazard lights go? They are flying. It is really windy and it is dumping rain and there's a lot of standing water on the road. We're doing 60 miles an hour. Visibility is getting bad. Truck in front of me just slammed on their brakes. One of the most dangerous things about being out here in these conditions are the other drivers. You'll have people just stop in the road. Getting a really good truck wash. So the person in front of me does not have their lights on, but they do have their four-ways on. We're doing 50 miles an hour right now. All right, the truck in front of me just now turned their lights on. No, they were braking. Doing 45 miles an hour. Get in your lane, bro. Get over in your fucking lane, idiot. You almost hit me. You need to get off the road. You are a moron. You're driving without your lights on. You can't see shit. You can't tell where you're at in the road. You need to get off the road. This person shouldn't have a CDL. Oh, that was a nice puddle of water we went through right there on the other side of the bridge. The only good thing about weather like this, aside from getting a free truck wash, is that it runs a lot of people off the road. A lot of people are going to be hitting the exits. But it is crushing my mile per hour average, and I'm on a really tight schedule. starting to lighten up a little bit. The visibility in the camera looks a lot better. Well, you can't see very far in the camera. Like the camera can barely see. We got somebody on the shoulder up here. There's nobody around me. So we'll move over to the left a little bit. That's something you'll see a lot of, is people just pulling over to the shoulder in low visibility. There's two cars that pulled over to the shoulder. All right, let's get around these two cars. They're speeding up, which is making the pass take longer, which is dangerous. You don't want to be driving near other vehicles in conditions like this. You want to have a really good spacing. And these four-wheelers don't want to get passed by me, so they're speeding up. We got some more people on the shoulder. Doing 57 right now. Have to be really careful when I'm passing to just make absolutely sure there's no one alongside me, because if there's a four-wheeler in my spray, it'll be hard to see them, especially if they don't have their lights on. Oh shit. Speaking of which, there's one right there. Great, great, great. I just got jammed in by a four-wheeler. And now everybody's going to move over in the left lane. Now I'm just jammed in everywhere. There's another four-wheeler that was trying to shoot around me. Oh, and now this flatbed wants to go really fast now that they're blocking traffic. Everybody's trying to pass them. Now this flatbed's speeding up. This flatbed had just slowed down to like 45 miles an hour, and now they've sped up to 55. I'm doing 63 right now to get around them. Oh, I'm doing 64 and I'm struggling to pass this asshole now. I was just doing 50 miles an hour and flying up on him, and now he's doing 65. It's because he didn't know how fast he should be going. And now that he's got vehicles around him going faster than him, he's like, oh, I should probably be going faster. Just a second here. I have a line of four-wheelers going around me. I'm catching up with a line of slow vehicles. You should not be driving down the interstate with your hazard lights on. I wish I had a map that would like overlay on the GPS. I like click a button and show me the storm, so I could see how big this thing is. Looks like we're about to hit the tail end of this band. I can see darkness over to the left and lightness over to the right. So I think this band is, it's about to pass over us. We're about to get to the backside of it. But we might be running into another band shortly after it. because that's what we keep doing. All right, somebody put on Google flooded road. The section of road we're driving on right now, somebody marked it on Google. The road is not flooded. Whoever put that on there doesn't understand what flooded road is. So I slowed down because I saw that flooded road warning on Google, and I was like, oh damn, let's get some distance between me and this guy and get ready to slam on the brakes. Yeah, it looks like we're hitting the back end of this band. But this is the way these big rainstorms are down here in the south, is we'll get bands of rain. Like you'll have really heavy rain, like a storm pass over you, and then the rain will lighten up, and then you'll have another band of heavy rain. So we're just getting past this band, and I don't know if this band is the end of the overall storm or if it's just the end of this band. But we're moving at 70 now. Enjoy it while it lasts. I've got 35 miles until I hit the West Memphis, Arkansas area, I think. And Google's telling me in 35 miles, I have to do a lane change to stay on 55 south. And I suspect that is I suspect that is, what was I talking about? I suspect that's West Memphis, Arkansas. So I'm going to be driving through Memphis during rush hour. Not fun. I'm hoping this is the south side of the storm right here that we're passing. I can't remember what this load was paying. Let me pull it up real quick. It's can't load object. Give me a minute. I got Weekend Warrior passing me with their boat. Oh, I've still got it pulled up. So it's $23.78 line haul. I get 70% of that, and then $6.79 fuel surcharge. I get 100% of that. $3,007 total. So it's 970 paid miles at $238 a mile. $978 times 238. Figure out how to do that in my head. While come on, stop raining. The truck's clean, the window's clean. You can stop now. I need to get like one of those little devices that, well, actually, I think I can just enable it on my phone where you can just say, hey, Google, what's 978 times 2.38? And it'll come back and tell me what it is. I've tried to disable as many of those features as I can because they are so annoying. It's constantly picking up on stuff that I'm saying that's I don't want it to. And I am very confident that even though I have all of that crap disabled on all my devices, I'm still fairly certain that all of my devices record everything that I say. Because I've like said things out loud in my house. Nobody's there, just me. Not recording it, but said things out loud like, about wanting or needing something. And the next thing I know, I'm getting advertisements about that. So I'm fairly certain that devices I have are recording things that I'm saying. And that's part of my like Google AdSense profile. And I have targeted advertisements disabled on everything, and I still get targeted advertisements. Anything that I'm searching on, anything that I talk about in my YouTube videos, you know, any of that stuff, I'll start getting ads on all that stuff. All right, 978 times 238. So I'm just slowly typing it into the calculator. That'll be faster than me trying to do it in my head. $2,324.64, I think. No, let's see. 2327.64. 2327.64. $2,327.64. That's what I should be making gross to the truck. All right. No rain. Well, it's still sprinkling ever so slightly. I'm not sure if it's sprinkling or if it's just water being thrown up. It's sprinkling. The road is dry. "23 miles until we get to West Memphis. Just hurry up and get that over with. By the time I get down to New Orleans, I don't actually think I can make it across New Orleans. I don't even know if I can make it all the way to my fuel stop. Once I make it around Estes, great. Right as I was about to change lanes, some truck flies out from behind me. It looks like they're going to pass me pretty quick, though. Seems like every time I need to pass, there's somebody passing me. I've tried to be more aggressive with passing and get out early to avoid getting jammed in like this. But stuff happens. Two line haul drivers, nut to butt. Just out here having road sex. Man, looks like there's a whole convoy of these 65-mile-per-hour trucks. There was one fairly nice divided highway that I found to cut across over to Interstate 49. But it was going through some towns, and it was only 15 miles shorter. With stoplights and driving through towns and stuff like that. And then there was some bi-directional road. Just didn't seem worth it for 15 miles. It's probably going to be faster to just stay on the interstate. All right, I'm going to dip over for just a second and let this four-wheeler around me. Well, it looks like Terrell Travel Center. Oh, they do have a few truck parking spots. I was about to say they don't have any damn truck parking. Like, exit now for this travel center. It's like, you don't have any parking spots, man. But they had a row, small row of truck parking. All right, let's open up some Ripple potato chips. I'm going to snack on some potato chips for anybody who is disgusted by hearing somebody eat. Because when I stopped at the end of my drive shift last night, I just went straight to bed. And then when I woke up today, I was dealing with, all the emails and text messages and everything. And I think I had a bowl of cereal this morning. The only thing I've eaten since I left the house besides these Ripple sour cream potato chips, sour cream and cheddar potato chips, and the peanut butter and chocolate wafer bars, I have had 3 hot dogs and 2 bowls of cereal. Got a line of trucks catching up with me, about to pass me. I think we have a lot of people out here that don't understand what a truck speed limit is. Because here in Arkansas, speed limit is 75 for cars, but it's 70 for trucks. And I'm doing 70 right now. I've got 3 more trucks trying to pass me. Then there's a bunch of cars mixed in with them. This flatbed almost went off the side of the road while they were passing me. Three more cars and 1 more truck. And we've caught up with a slow vehicle in the right lane. We're getting jammed in. So we're stuck behind a 65 mile per hour vehicle now. And here comes some super trucker in the left lane going like 80 miles an hour, flying up. He's still about 500 feet behind me, but he's flying up fast. Looks like he's in a really old truck. It looks like one of the old Kenworth Anteater style trucks. Just super truckering. All right, looks like we're about to hit another band of rain. I can see darkness over to the right, southwest of me. And the storms typically move northeast, or looks like we're about to hit the beginning of another band. If I had more information about this storm, like if I knew this storm was going to be over in like 3 or 4 hours, I'd probably just pull over and go into the sleeper for 3 or 4 hours. All right, it's starting. And this lane has slowed down to 65. All right, I've got people 3 inches off my bumper. Damn it. This truck that I'm passing right now is swerving all over the place. Speed up, try to get by him a little bit faster. All right, traffic in the left lane is moving again. That truck that was 3 inches off my bumper now backed off quite a bit. This is a lot of stuff that you run into with like bad drivers or inexperienced drivers. When they feel comfortable, they'll drive like a bat out of hell. When they don't feel comfortable, they'll panic and they'll get overly cautious. You see that a lot when you're driving through cities. You know, whenever you're outside of town, out in the open road, you'll have people driving like crazy. And then you get into the city, it's got the bypass, it must be closed. Then you get into the city, and they start driving really slow. And then you get out of the city and they start driving like a bat out of hell again. You have the same thing with weather. Weather clears up and these people will start driving 5 to 10 over the speed limit. And then the weather gets bad and they'll freak out, slow down. They'll be going like 20 miles an hour down the interstate. All right, there's nobody behind me except that anteater super trucker, which is now like 1,000 feet behind me. Slowed down a lot for the rain. He was going like 80 miles an hour before we hit the rain, but once we hit the rain, he slowed way down. Right lane closed in 1 mile. All right, I'm just gonna hang right here. Give that truck in front of me an opening to get over. Come on, bro. I'm trying to, like, give you room to move over, and you're just brake checking the shit out of me. You're making me regret this already. And somebody messed up that guardrail. Oh, wow. Almost all of the traffic got onto I-40 westbound. That is a busy section of road between here, West Memphis, Arkansas, to Little Rock on I-40, and then from Little Rock to Texarkana on I-30. That is an extremely busy section of road. I don't think we need to merge, bro. I think we get our own lane. Calm down. I'm going to try to leave some space here for any of these trucks that merged in from the left that need to get over for an exit. Trying to create some space, but the trucks in front of me are slowing down. Get after it, local driver. FedEx got places to be. Just a second, we got some confused drivers in front. They don't know what lane they need to be in. So they're just like slowing down and driving all over the place looking stupid. Got to be really careful of this truck that just moved to the center lane. They don't know where they're going. So get out of my lane. They're drifting all over the place. They're probably looking at their GPS trying to figure out where in the hell to go.
In half a mile, keep right to stay on I-55 South. All signs for Memphis, Jackson.
Now we got somebody on the shoulder.
Keep right to stay on I-55 South.
It's a really bad place to pull over.
Continue on I-55 South for 11 miles.
Snacking on some chips. This is the reason I don't normally put food within reach while I'm driving. because I'll just keep eating it the entire drive shift. I'll eat a whole bag of chips in a drive shift if it's within reach. So it's very rare that I eat food while I'm driving. High loads prohibited, I-55 in Tennessee. It's because we have to pass under a bunch of low bridges, old part of town. Tennessee Welcome Center. No trucks. Well, fuck you. Trucks are not welcome in Tennessee. All right, now we're crossing the... Is this the Mississippi River? I don't know what river we're crossing. We have the I-55 bridge, and then I think those are rail bridges over to our left, and then way, way to our left is the I-40 bridge. The I-40 bridge was the one that had the big crack in one of the main support beams for several years, and the structural engineer that was supposed to inspect the bridge every year was just collecting the paycheck, not inspecting anything. So they brought some real inspectors out. Inspected the bridge, found a ton of crap wrong with it. And then they shut that bridge down for, I don't know how long, 3 to 6 months while they fixed all the issues with it. I don't remember what happened to that inspector. Knowing how the government works, he was probably just given a paid vacation, and now he's back doing the same job after taking like a 2-hour training class. Incompetence seems to be rewarded in the government. Low bridges after low bridges after low bridges. Tons and tons of low bridges. "5:41 p.m. Traffic's pretty nice so far, but we'll wait and see. Low clearance ahead, 13 feet 9 inches. Got some construction vehicle driving down the right shoulder. Ugh. All right, let's slow down. Right lane closed.
In 2 miles, take the I-55 South exit toward Jackson Miss.
Here comes that super trucker and that Anteater Kenworth that's been hauling ass behind me for quite a while. It's actually a Peterbilt. Has a thin nose on it like an old Anteater. It's a Prime Incorporated. I don't think that was a Prime truck pulling that Prime trailer. Not going the speeds that thing's been going. Yeah, that's what that space is there for. It's for you. Google's telling me it's a right lane only exit. Then 1 mile. For I-55 South. Oh my goodness, is this a Memphis cop? This is a rare sight indeed.
South exit toward Jackson Miss.
The other side of the interstate. Oh, here's one in the median right here.
Take the I-55 South exit.
all the four-wheelers trying to get to the right, and I'm going to get over to the left. Just a second, I have to watch out for this bed bugger. He might whip out in front of me. He's been hit his brakes a lot behind this container driver. He's got his company info duct taped to the truck. Lots of warning signs. All right, nobody is using the right lane. And this lane just keeps getting stacked and stacked and stacked. Keeps slowing down. Now everybody's going to jump out of that lane. Now everybody wants to go fast. We're cooking now. Now that looks like a good cheeseburger over on the right on that billboard. And I just rotated over to something I'm not interested in. Never got to see that cheeseburger advertisement. Here in a minute, we'll do an ETA, see if I have enough time to make it to my fuel stop, or if I'm going to have to stop short of that. Got everybody stacking up in front of me again. Doesn't matter what lane I'm in. Whatever lane I'm in, people will just move in front of me and go slow. There is absolutely no reason for this bobtail to move lanes. They just moved over in front of me.
Welcome to Mississippi.
Welcome to Mississippi. All right, you got to be careful. There's a slow vehicle in the right lane. These cars might jump out in front of me at the last second. Two right lanes are about to disappear. And this lane's going to end in half a mile. Going down to 2 lanes in half a mile. All right, that's enough chips. Let's close the bag up. See how good I can close the bag up with one hand. And put my little clip on it to keep them from getting stale. Instead of buying like chip clips, which can be rather expensive, I buy these paper clamps. You can buy like a box of them. I bought a pack of like 6 boxes of them. There's like 8 of them in a pack in one of the little boxes. And I bought like a 6-pack of them, so I've got like 48 clips or something. I think they're intended for like paper. Big, thick stacks of paper. And they work great for chips and cereal and crackers and everything else. Stuck behind Walmart passing Saya. Let's get a drink of tropical punch while we wait. Oh, Walmart's giving up on it. Inspection site in 2 miles. That thing might actually be open. Let's see if we can't get past Saya real quick. You know what? I might have to fall in behind Saya. I think Saya is doing 70, or close to it. One damn mile to the way station. All right, let's. Oh, we got a bag of trash in the middle of the road. I just got the bypass. Come on, pickup, move over. Come on, jackass, get out of the way. You know what? I forgot to check my Mccomb data account to see how many loads were posted. I need to check that before I get fuel. Well, even if it's just one load posted, I have more than enough to get fuel for this load. I won't have to worry about fuel for a while, even if it's just one load posted. But I am curious as to how many loads got posted. I don't know what the cutoff is on, like, how long does it have to be processed to show up on settlement? What the hell are you doing, Honda? I think we might have made it south of the rain. I hope. All right, I need to do an ETA. Let's see here. Let me turn my ELD light back up. I turned it way down when we were going through that rain because it was so dark. So 266 miles until my fuel stop. That's 4 hours and 26 minutes at a 60 mile per hour average. 4:26, and I have 6 hours and 2 minutes of drive time left. So I can drive an hour and a half past my fuel stop. I might actually be able to make it to the carbon plant tonight. That would be pretty sweet. Yeah, if I can make it to the carbon plant, then I can just park and take my 10-hour break there. Oh, shit. That car is swerving all over the road. I'm pretty sure that's an inebriated driver. That's what I was talking about last night with that inebriated driver. I was pretty sure they were inebriated because what that car just did is the same thing that car did last night, where somebody moving in front of them will cause them to move. They have issues with spatial awareness. So you can just sit there and rock back and forth in front of someone who's inebriated, and they'll start rocking with you. You can get them to fall over. But yeah, that truck changing lanes in front of me, that car just drifted over with that truck when that truck started moving over. And that's the same thing that happened last night. That inebriated driver, whenever somebody passed him or her and pulled in front of them, they started moving with the vehicle in relation, and they just drove off onto the shoulder while the car was pulling in front of them. And when I get inebriated drivers that just tailgate me, what I'll do is I'll just drive back and forth from one side of the lane to the other, and it'll frustrate them. They'll pass me. My uncle used to steal BBs from me all the time. I had a BB gun when I was a kid. And I asked my uncle, like, why in the hell you keep taking my BBs? And he said that what he would do is when people were driving alongside of him with their headlights on, or people were just sitting alongside of him, or riding his ass, he would grab the BBs and throw a handful of them out the window. That's the old school super trucker stuff. My uncle got away with a lot of stuff as a truck driver. I don't even know half the things he did. I know that I used to go to work with him all the time. He drove for a steel company in Fort Smith, Arkansas. Flatbed driver. He did over the road with what the hell, CFI? Yeah, CFI out of Joplin, Missouri. He drove over the road with them for a while. I'm not sure who all he drove for. He was a truck driver before that as well. But as a flatbed driver hauling steel, he would haul way overweight all the time. Like extremely overweight. And he would drive around scales. He mainly did just local stuff. There was the company he worked for was Merritt Steel in Fort Smith. And he mainly just went back and forth between Merritt and some kind of steel plant that made steel bars, just long steel bars, rods, whatever you want to call them. But there was another driver that would do loads every day between Fort Smith and Little Rock, and occasionally they would have extra loads to go to Little Rock, or that driver would be out sick or on vacation, and my uncle would get those loads. And he would have to bypass the scales on I-40. He would basically haul extra loads. Like they would have several loads of stuff that would need to go to Little Rock. And he would do it all in, like, instead of, 2 loads, he would get it all in 1 load. Instead of 4 loads, he would get it in 2 loads, stuff like that. I don't know why he did that crap. Just a second here, there's somebody on the shoulder. I'm going to leave some space just in case this guy needs to get over. I don't know why he did that, because he is paid hourly. But yeah, he would do like multiple loads worth of steel in a single load. He would also drive up to like Fayetteville or something. Now, to get up to the Fayetteville, Arkansas area from Fort Smith, they have Interstate 49. Back when he was doing it, they had that state road or highway. I forget what it was, 71, 77, something like that. I can't remember the name of it. But it was supposedly one of the most dangerous roads in the country. Up and down mountains, sharp turns. Just a really, really nasty road. And I think there was one time that his trailer, like the load fell off the side of his trailer going around a turn on that highway, because it was really sharp turns with, I think they were like not flat road, like the road was contoured in the turns. And I think like his load shifted on him going through one of those turns because it was loaded so damn heavy. It was so overloaded. But yeah, he was the quintessential super trucker. Sexual assault at every restaurant he went to, flirting with the waitresses. Oh, well, not sexual assault. What is that called? That's sexual harassment. Yeah, he would harass every girl he ran across. I am curious what this place pays. TSD? I might go look at their website, see if they list what they pay on their website. I could crunch some numbers and see if maybe it might be more profitable for them to have me haul loads than their drivers. And now, knowing what I do about how they're going to treat my 70-hour clock, or they're going to try to get every minute out of it that they can, next time, if I don't want to haul a short load, I'm going to lie about how many hours I got. And Caitlin said that if I came up short, worst case scenario, she would just send a company driver to pick up the trailer to deliver it. If it couldn't wait. But we should be good. I should have at least 2 hours of extra time if I don't run into any interruptions. And I'm probably going to add to that 2 hours because I'm driving 70 instead of 65, because I'm basing everything on a 60 mile per hour average. There's a lot of trucking companies that do all of their route planning and all their dispatching based on a 50 mile per hour average. I think that's what USA Truck used. I think that's what they told me that they used whenever they were dispatching, was a 50 mile per hour average. All right, what's his message? A reminder about an auto pay bill. Yay, money just flowing out. I'm out here trying to get the money in, and it's going out just as fast as it comes in. So how much money are we at right now? Very first load was a little over 1,900. Second load was a little over 1,300. So that's 32 something. The next load was almost 3,000. So that'd be 62. And then this load is a little over 2,300. 62, that'd be $8,500. $8,500 gross to the truck in my first week. So I'll deliver this load on Wednesday. I started this run on Thursday last week. Today's Tuesday, isn't it? I'm pretty sure today's Tuesday. I'll be in Texarkana tomorrow. So it's a 7-day week instead of a 6-day week. So I'm going to have a 1-day gap. But that's $8,500 gross to the truck in my first week. and hopefully things will get smoother and better as time goes on. This first week was just me learning the ropes, learning like how they do things, you know, how to check in, check out of these places. Like, I'm wasting a lot of time on the check-in, check-outs, the drop and hooks, and all this stuff, because I don't know their process and procedures. And everybody that they work with are like dedicated and company drivers, so they don't have signs up at these places like a normal truck place. Like, normally whenever you deliver to a warehouse or distribution center or wherever as a truck driver, they've got signs up that say like shipping and receiving office and stuff like that. A lot of these places I'm going, they don't have that stuff because they work with, you know, dedicated and company drivers that just do the same stuff over and over again. So like when I got there and I picked up that load, or dropped off that load, delivered that load to the Continental plant in Mount Vernon, once they found out I was new, they were like, okay, we're going to show you what you have to do when you get here. Oh, what are the cow trying to do? There was a cow trying to hop on top of another cow from the front. From the front. What's the weight limit we got here? I couldn't tell what the hell it was.
There's construction ahead.
It was 40 tons for the middle one, but I couldn't tell the difference between the middle one and the bottom one. And they didn't have a weight on the bottom one. Left lane closed in 1 mile. Uh-oh, it's time for the four-wheelers to put their NASCAR hats on. So 8,500, how many miles? Let me try to figure out how many miles. And we're just going to do paid miles. And honestly, I don't know what the actual paid miles are because the agent, the Landstar agent, was not putting the correct mileage on any of the freight bills. I need to go back and recalculate all of them. I need to put every single one of these loads. That's probably one of the things I'm going to do on my 34 is put every single one of these loads on a spreadsheet with the paid mileage and everything, like the line haul, the fuel surcharge, all that stuff. All right, so the bottom one looked like it was doubles. but it's an 80,000 pound limit. And I weighed myself whenever I left the Continental place, and I'm up to 33,600 pounds. Don't judge. All right, let me try to do the miles in my head. The very first load was it was 869 actual miles, if I remember correctly, and it was 90 miles deadhead. So that'd be somewhere around 770 miles loaded. That was to go from Lawton, Oklahoma to Borger, Texas, Amarillo, and then Texarkana, Arkansas. About 770 miles on the first load. Load number 2 was just, I didn't have an empty on it. It was just straight loaded. The loads typically are deadhead plus loaded, but load number 2 was just loaded, no deadhead. So it was only like 550 miles or so. So we're at 770 and 520. So that'd be 1290, right? Or 550. I said 550, right? Just a second. Car just bolted for the shoulder. 770 and 550 would be 1320, I think. So 1320 miles after the first 2. And then the next load was Morrison to Addis and then Mount Vernon. That was 1279. So we're at 1320 plus 12 would be 2520 plus 79 that'd be 2599. Let's just round it to 2600 miles. And then this one is 970. 26 plus 970. That's 3570, right? 3,570 miles in my first week. Paid miles. 3,570 paid. I had a 90-mile deadhead to start the whole thing. But $3,570 paid, or not dollars, miles. 3,570 miles paid. Paid miles, 3,570, and then 8,500 gross to the truck. So my fuel cost is going to be somewhere in the ballpark of $1 a mile. So that means $5,000 after fuel cost, approximately. And that is one really long shop time for an AC compressor, a truck tire, and a trailer tire. That was all one shop visit. And then I had a second truck tire blowout. That was a second shop visit. So basically 2 breakdowns, and one of them took several hours, like 8 or 9 hours. And I was doing a lot of waiting around for trailers. Live loads, live unloads, and stuff like that, which I wasn't supposed to be doing according to them. So yeah, there were a tremendous amount of delays this week, and still managed to do pretty good. When I'm on my 34, I'll probably put all the numbers into a spreadsheet, and I'll do a video just talking about the numbers of this load for the first week. And it's not truly a week because it took like an extra day. The week really needs to end on the 6th day, so that on the 7th day I can do a 34. So this week is taking 7 days, 7 days of working, and then I'm having to take a 34 on the 8th day. So if I get all of that time back from the shop time and the breakdown, the tire blowout, and then all of the wasted time sitting around waiting for trailers and stuff, if I had all that time back, I would have been able to do everything that I did, but a day faster. And I would be taking my 34 tomorrow instead of delivering a load tomorrow. Like, I would start my 34 today and end it basically tomorrow if I didn't have all that wasted time. So we're doing pretty good. We're not like perfect yet. We're getting better. We're going to improve. And the standard is apparently really low over here because all the people I'm interacting with, Caitlin and Tony, have told me like I'm the best driver they've ever had. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement. So we're gonna become more efficient. The first week I was mainly just driving 65. From now on, I'm going to be driving 70. And I'm learning all the locations that I'm going to. So I'm not having to walk around for an hour trying to figure out where I'm supposed to be, what I'm supposed to do. But yeah, I'm not thrilled with week one, but I'm happy. I'm happy with it. And I suspect that Tony is happy. All right, what do we got going on here? Left lane closed in 1 mile.
There's a lane closure ahead.
Got some tire or something in the left lane right where it closes. So yeah, I $5,000. I probably have like $1,000 that I owe Landstar from sitting at the house for a couple months. So I'm probably only going to have about $4,000 deposited into my Comdata account. And that's going to need to set in there for fuel. So this week sounds amazing. You know, $8,500 gross to the truck, $5,000 after fuel costs. That's all sounds awesome. But well, yeah, I guess it is awesome because that $3,500 that I'm talking about for fuel cost, a second here. I'm going to need to slow down catching up with this truck in the single lane. So yeah, that was basically, I'm going to need to replenish my Comdata account. I had $2,500 in there. And I used all that up. So I'm going to need to, like, out of the $8,500, like 3,500 of it is going to need to go on, stay in the Comdata account. So that leaves me with 5,000. 4,000 of that's going to go to Landstar, or 1,000 that's going to go to Landstar approximately. It might be 1,500. So that leaves me with 3,500 to $4,000. And let me explain what I mean. I have weekly payments that Landstar pays for me. So whenever I sit at home for 2 months and I'm not making any money, Landstar's still paying my bills for me, and I'm running a negative balance with Landstar. So my insurance is like, it's around $6,500 a year. So that's around a little over $500 a month. Just a second here. So Landstar is paying, $500 a month insurance, and then they're paying for my registration, and there's some permit that they charge me for every year. It's like $200 for permit. I don't know what permit they're charging me $200 for, but I think it's about $200 a year they charge me for permit, and it's like $1,500 or $1,700 a year they charge me for registration. And then I pay like $32 a month for my ELD subscription. So I have those bills that Landstar pays for me while I'm sitting at home. So whenever I sit at home for a couple months, I go in the hole. So I'm probably close to $1,200 in the hole, if I had to guess. $1,200 to $1,500. All right, so $3,500. $1,500 to Landstar to pay off what I owe them. So that leaves me with $3,500. I could pay off all of the money that I put on my credit card for the breakdowns. I spent about, I think it was $2,200 for the 2 flat tires and then the AC compressor, and then multiple mud flaps and mud flap bars and stuff like that. So I could pay off all of that and still have $1,300 left. But what I think I'll do instead is I'll wait until the next payday, because that still should be before the end of the month. Let's see, is today the 19th? Yeah, the 19th, and today is Tuesday? Let me check. Yeah, Tuesday, May 19th. So Monday should be the 25th. And then the following Monday would be the 2nd or the 3rd of June. So no, this is going to be the last paycheck this month. But I'm going to have more than what I've talked about on this upcoming paycheck, because I'm still going to have more that I'm going to be able to work this week. I don't know. I don't really do things on a paycheck to paycheck basis. I know that a lot of people focus on what they get paid on a paycheck. I focus on like what I make per day and per week. But I'm probably going to wait a couple of paychecks. I'll end up paying interest on all the repairs that I put on my credit card. I'll end up paying interest on that. For 1 month, and I'll pay it all off on the next paycheck. Just a second. I've got a box truck trying to pass me. They keep speeding up, slowing down. I think they're really heavy and they lost speed going up that hill. Now we're going downhill. They should be able to get it. Get her done. Yeah, now they're rolling. Yeah, they must be heavy. I have to figure out where I'm going to take my 34 in Texarkana. I don't know if there's a TA in Texarkana, but I would really like to. It should be early enough in the day tomorrow that I can find a spot at a truck stop. I should be able to finish my day early enough that I can find a spot at a truck stop. And I need to ask Caitlin if she wants me to drop the. I don't even know if I want to ask her because I don't want to make 2 trips to her drop yard. But it's their trailer. Oh shit, this box truck is losing a lot of speed going up this hill. I'm just going to slow down and chill behind the box truck going up the hill. And hopefully they can get enough distance in front of me that we don't have to do this on the next hill. But it's their trailer, and they may want to do something with it over the couple of days that I'm going to be, taking my 34. And also, it may allow them to get it loaded sooner, so I don't have to sit around and wait on it. So I'm going to ask her tomorrow if she wants me to drop the empty off at their transload yard before I start my 34. And that could end up helping me out because I won't have to sit there for a couple of hours waiting on them to load the trailer. All right, why is this guy changing lanes? Is it because this looked like it was a rough little patch of road? That wasn't bad. Yeah, I do not know why they changed lanes. All right, look, 205 miles to my fuel stop. That is 3 hours and 25 minutes, and I have 5 hours and 10 minutes. Let's see what the total mileage is. Total mileage is 396. That's 6 hours and 36 minutes. And I only have 5 hours and 9 minutes, so I am way short of being able to make it all the way to the carbon plant. And they're doing a really good job of paying very close to actual miles. I suspect that TSD is using the same mileage that they use to pay their company drivers, and they probably pay their company drivers actual miles. So they're not using like household goods mover miles to pay me, which makes a huge difference. It's still coming up a little bit short of the actual miles that I'm driving, but not by much. It's within like 10, 20 miles pretty much every time. Whereas some of these household goods mover miles, which is basically what Landstar uses, like that can be, you know, there can be enormous mileage differences in that stuff. It can be like 100+ miles on every load. And that adds up to a lot of money you're missing out on. But that's just one of the many tricks that trucking companies use to screw people over. And it's not just the trucking companies, it's the brokers and the customers. They try to use like almost air miles to pay us. And they've tried to get around fuel surcharge by they created some new system called breakthrough fuel. And it was just a way to not pay fuel surcharge. It was insane. They had that crap at USA Truck. And like when normal fuel surcharge was like 35 cents a mile, breakthrough fuel was paying like 12 cents a mile. It was absolutely crazy. It was basically just a system to not pay fuel surcharge. And they would put in the comments on loads that this is a breakthrough fuel load. and I would avoid that crap. The one thing I do miss about USA Truck was the ability to just like push a button and book a load. You didn't have to call and exchange information and do a little song and dance with the agent. You just clicked on a button, bam, you got a load. That was one thing that I really, really liked about their load board. All right, the box truck is there an, are they going to the shoulder or is there an exit there? I think they're going to the shoulder. Doesn't look like they blew a tire. Passenger side door opened up. There were two guys in there. So the passenger's getting out. Might just have to use the restroom. That kind of stuff, man, do it on an on-ramp or an off-ramp. The shoulder of the interstate should only be used for emergencies when that is your only option. You know what would be pretty sweet, and I've talked about this in previous videos, is if I were able to do this basically like year round. What would I do if I were able to do this, like, instead of this being like a 2 to 3 month short-term contract, if, you know, they liked me so much, they were like, hey, we would like for you to stay on year round. You know, you're more efficient than our drivers. We actually save money using you rather than our drivers. That would be pretty sweet. If I were in that situation, what would change? That's not likely to happen. That is highly unlikely to happen. I don't think Caitlin and Tony, the people I'm dealing with, are in high-level decision-making positions. So, unlikely to happen, but hey, we got time to kill. Let's talk about that possibility. So we're not going to expect to be crushing it, making 8,500 gross to the truck every week. We got somebody on the shoulder about a mile up. I got a car passing me right now and then a truck about 1,000 feet behind me. So after this car passes me, I'll move over to the left. So, yeah, let's not expect 8,500 gross to the truck every week. Let's be more realistic and stay 3,000 miles at $238 a mile. I think that's around $7,000. USA truck. That's not how you put out cones or triangles or anything, USA truck. They just put one at each corner of the back of the trailer. Like, they learned him good. If you put the cones at each corner, it's more better. At least an attempt was made, and they had their hazards on. I've seen worse. So, that would be right around $4,000 after fuel cost per week. $4,000 a week. So what would I do in that situation? Well, first I would just stack money like I plan on doing already right now. And I would have to start considering a new truck, because I would be putting a lot of miles on this truck. And I would have to think about what in the hell to do. So $4,000 a week. And I can't work 52 weeks out of the year. Let's say 40 weeks out of the year. There's going to be breakdowns. There's going to be time off. There's going to be things happen. So let's say I'm able to average $4,000 a week over 40 weeks. That's $160,000 a year. And stacking money is awesome, but at the same time, the tax man stacks money when you stack money. So if you're not dumping the money back into the business as a tax write-off, then the tax man is getting happy. So I would need to do some research to see if there's any way that I could preemptively do tax write-offs on a future purchase of a truck, to just stack money and save to pay cash for a truck. Because I think this truck can last me 2 years, maybe even 3, running, big miles. 100,000 miles a year. And if I'm able to stack 100,000 a year just toward the truck, then I should be able to buy a brand new truck within 2 to 3 years. But I don't know if I'd even want to do that. I would have to look at the insurance. Because I don't want to, yeah, getting a new truck is awesome. But at the same time, I would have to consider the ongoing expense of owning a new truck. Like, would my insurance go from $6,500 a year to like $30,000 a year if I had a brand new truck? If that's the case, then I would probably be inclined to just buy another used truck that's like only got, like 300,000 or 400,000 miles on it. Use this truck for another 100,000 or two, and then sell it on the cheap for like, I don't know, whatever the market is for that kind of truck at that time, like 15, 20 grand or something. And then, spend another $40,000 or $50,000 paying cash for a newer truck that's lower mileage and not as old, and just save a lot of money on insurance. I got 2 more cars to pass me before I get around this container. So yeah, that would be a big decision if I end up doing this contract like year round. That would be a big decision on the truck. And one of my longtime listeners, I was talking about Prime in my last video, and he commented, and he said that he was making a lot more money at Landstar, and even though I was talking about how good their lease deal is with their lease purchase, he thinks that it would be better to just do some other type of purchase and keep making the big bucks at Landstar rather than go lease on to Prime and make considerably less money. But yeah, I definitely couldn't run this contract and then go lease for Prime, but there are other lease purchase deals out there. I don't like the idea of lease purchase because, I think lease purchase is great in some situations, but if you have the opportunity to avoid it, it's probably best to avoid it. It's really nice to have the walk-away option on a lease purchase, but at the same time, you could pay into a lease purchase for 2 or 3 years, and then something could happen to where you don't get the truck. All that money, it could be $100,000+ that you pay into that truck, and then you lose it all. But yeah, if I started running really hard, I would have to consider a new vehicle. I would have to start making plans for it. I think this even running hard, I think this truck could still last me 2 or 3 years. But that's just something to think about. It's a very unlikely possibility. Right now, I'm more concerned with how long this contract is going to last. I was told when I started it, it typically lasts for 2 to 3 months. I'm hoping it lasts for at least 2 months. 3 would be great. $4,000 gross a week. After, well, not gross, but net after fuel. Normally, I would just think of, the gross amount, but fuel cost is so high that instead of looking at gross, I'm looking at net after fuel because fuel costs are so crazy right now. Net after fuel would be about $4,000 a week, and 8 weeks, that'd be 32 grand. 12 weeks, 48 grand. So that'll be nice. But man, if fuel cost wasn't so crazy, well, for one, I wouldn't be getting such high fuel surcharge if fuel cost wasn't so crazy. So kind of pointless to even think about that, but $7,000 a week gross to the truck, that's pretty sweet. So let's try to compare this. So 4,000 a week after fuel cost, and 35, well, 40, we'll go with 40 cents a mile fuel surcharge. Used to be pretty standard. So that would be like $1,200 in fuel surcharge. So 4,000 a week would be the equivalent of $5,200 gross to the truck per week. So $7,000 a week gross to the truck right now is the equivalent of $5,200 a week gross to the truck back before the war broke out. So I'm making the equivalent of roughly like $5,200 a week gross to the truck. Which, not amazing, but also not horrible. With consistency, that's pretty solid. For, having the consistency, that's actually really, really good. $173 miles to my fuel stop. It's 2 hours and 53 minutes. I have 4:42 left on my clock. Oh. 173 miles. That's 3 hours and 50. Well, now it's 172 miles. So 3 hours and 52 minutes. No, 2 hours and 52 minutes. 2 hours and 52 minutes. So I have an hour and 50 minutes of spare time. An hour and 50 minutes. once I get to my fuel stop. You know, I was hoping that Pilot Flying J would have cheaper fuel so that I could use their fuel, because I can easily get the shower power, unlimited shower thing. But I'm sitting here thinking about it, and with me running on such a tight schedule, and I'm trying to squeeze showers in, you know, in the middle of drive shifts and stuff like that. No, I definitely want to be using TA Petro, because Loves and Pilot Flying J almost always have long lines for their showers. Like, I would find it very difficult to use their showers because the lines would be so long running this hard. So I would be rolling up there mid-drive shift trying to squeeze in a shower, and I'd look at the shower line, there'd be like 5 people ahead of me, and I'd be like, I don't have time to sit here and wait for an hour and a half to start a shower, so no shower. But with TA Petro, there's almost never a line because they don't have unlimited showers. People don't use shower credits to just go in there and take a 30-minute crap. I don't understand why people do that. Why do people loiter in restrooms? I would rather sit and hang out and play on my phone in the truck, laying down in bed, you know, something like that, instead of sitting in the toilet in the bathroom. Especially like when it's not even a private bathroom. You got people taking a crap 2 feet away from you. Like, why would you want to sit in there? And there are people that do it. People that just sit in there playing on their phone on the toilet. Like, why? It's disgusting. I don't want to spend any more time in the restroom than I need to. All right, what in the hell is going on up ahead? The trucks I caught up with that I was just about to start passing, these two are the same company. They're traveling together. Why are you slamming on your brakes? You don't need to slam on your damn brakes, jackasses. We have no idea what's going on. It looks like it's just a house parked on the shoulder. We don't need to slow down to 50 miles an hour. Oh my God, they're slowing down even more. Why did I have to be behind these two whenever we went past this? Holy crap. Yeah, it's somebody's house, and they blew all the tires. Like, they blew, like, there were so many flat tires. I don't know if you can see it in the camera. They probably had a bunch of flat tires on the right side, but on the left side, there were just tire after tire after tire on the trailer. There were probably like 10 tires on the trailer on the left side, and at least like half of them were blown. And there was no need for Venture to slow down to 50 miles an hour to drive past that. That was rude. And what the hell is Venture doing? One of the Ventures is just got out in the left lane to pass the other one. Are they just going to snail race and block the road now? Well, they're driving side by side still. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to find a parking spot at my fuel stop, but I remember that right before 55 hits, Interstate 12, there were several places to park. There was a rest area and a mom and pop truck stop, all kinds of stuff. So I'm probably going to fuel up at the TA Petro and then drive closer to I-12 and probably stop at that mom and pop truck stop. Well, I'll probably swing into the rest area, and if there's a spot, I'll park there. If not, then I'll drive on to the mom and pop truck stop. I haven't been paying attention to the load board over the last week or so, last couple weeks. One of the things that might possibly happen, because even though I think most of the people in the world are just clueless, there are a lot of people that pay attention to what's going on, and they have access to a lot of information and they can make some really good predictions. I just saw a CFI truck, Corrugated Freighters Incorporated or whatever it is, that my uncle used to drive for back in the late 80s, early 90s. I haven't seen one of them in a few years. I wasn't sure they were still in business. They've been around for a long time. Damn it! Looks like we're about to drive into another storm. All right, what was I saying? What was I talking about before I got distracted? Oh, something that we might possibly see are companies stocking up on things because of impending shortages. So we might see an increase in freight volume. That's what happens whenever I'm talking about something that's like 2 or 3 words behind what I'm thinking. I'm thinking of volume and I'm trying to say freight. And it comes out with volume, plate. Ooh, is that a TSD? No, BG? Looked like I don't know. It was a carbon black trailer. It might have been a volume. Had looked like 3G or BG on the back of it. So yeah, we could see an increase in freight volume. We've definitely seen an increase on Landstar's load board of spot market crap. It's a significant increase. The last few load board videos I've done, there have been like 30,000 more loads than normal on Landstar's load board. We're hitting some of the highest number of loads I've ever seen on Landstar's load board. This is nice. Just wide open road. I've got 74 miles until I get to the I-20 junction. I think that's in Jackson, Mississippi. So I'm going to be driving through Jackson in a little over an hour. So it'll be like 8:45, 8:50 p.m., somewhere in that area. Maybe 9 o'clock. Shouldn't be too bad. Last time I drove through Jackson, I think I drove through during rush hour and traffic wasn't that bad. and it is a straight shot. I'm not sure if I talked about this, but I was concerned because getting over to, I forget the name of the damn Villa La Salle or whatever the name of the town is in Louisiana that I'm going to this carbon black plant. There's not really a good way to get there. There's no road that basically goes straight in that direction. You have to go out of the way and then backtrack, go south and then come back up north. I was afraid that Texarkana was going to be the same way, but no, Texarkana is a straight shot on the interstate from the carbon black plant to Texarkana, or the Goodyear plant or whatever. Sorry, I was looking at traffic around me. And let's dim the ELD because it's starting to get dark. Don't want that. What we got going on here? Got somebody on the shoulder. And the car behind me does not have their headlights on. And that flatbed just started rolling. And the car without their headlights on did not change lanes. Now they're changing lanes. What a jackass. All right, it's starting to rain. Hopefully this band is not heavy rain. I need to start putting a list of shit to buy together. This is my last set of spare wiper blades that I put on whenever I left the house. I just put these things on. So they should last me a while, but I need to buy some spares. I always try to keep spares in the truck, and I don't have any spare wiper blades right now. I mean, in a pinch, I can buy them at a truck stop, but the crap you get at the truck stop is crap, number one, and it's extremely expensive. because of how overpriced it is, that stuff sits on the shelf forever. Wiper blades are like 4 years old that you're paying 2 or 3 times normal cost for. So far, the rain isn't that bad. It's not reducing visibility much. That was some nice lightning. All right, at the top of the hill, the car slammed on its brakes. So I think the rain's about to get a lot worse here in a second. Yeah, it's starting to dump pretty good. All right, visibility is dropping dramatically. We're slowing down. That's somebody parked on the shoulder there. It's a motorcycle. Yeah, it's that motorcycle that passed me earlier. Just driving down the shoulder. That's gotta suck. Being out here in a damn motorcycle. Yeah, it is ripping. It is pouring and the wind is ripping. Doing 50 miles an hour right now. There's a car or truck or something flying up on me in the left-hand lane. It's a pickup. Don't drive any faster than you can see. And the issue right now is visibility. All right, it's clearing up. I can see the breaks in the clouds up ahead. So it looks like we're making it through this band. I might have to turn the heater on the defrost. Windows fogging up. Let me try the air conditioner defrost, see if that helps. Hopefully I don't have to run heat. Ah, the air conditioner defrost seems to be doing the trick. I've had to run the heater before on the window in really humid areas because condensation just got so bad on the window. If you can hear weird noises, I'm drinking my tropical punch. Don't mind me, I'm just slurping. I wish I could remember the brand of these wiper blades. They're just like, they were the cheapest wipers I could find on Amazon. I think they were like $6 a piece. And I've tried Rain-X and Bosch and a couple of other brands, and they're all just terrible. So bad. I was really disappointed with Bosch because a lot of people say a lot of good things about Bosch. Like, Bosch is supposedly the brand. And I bought Bosch, and they were expensive, man. They were like $24 a blade. Cost like $50 for a pair of them. And they were horrible. Like, freshly installed, they were streaking. And when I say streaking, I don't mean like lines. I mean, it was like it was leaving some film or residue behind on the window every time it would wipe. And I thought, well, if I use it for a while, whatever's on the blade will eventually just, like, it'll clean it off. Nope, that never happened. I ended up just replacing the Bosch blades with something else. Alright, I'm starting to get condensation on the window because of the defrost. Let's put it back onto just front vents. I'm already looking forward to the winter. And summer, I don't even think is officially started. I can't wait till summer's over. I don't like hot weather. 40 miles to Jackson, Mississippi. Let me check something here. Trenton and Graniteville. What we got going on here? Oh, they got that pickup with the trailer with no lights got out of my vision for a second. What is the distance between Texarkana, Arkansas, and Trenton, South Carolina? What? 741 miles. So that's their big mileage run that they're bragging about? Just a second, let this car pass me. It is really hard to like press a button on the phone, on a mounted phone while you're driving down the road. It is so hard to press a button because your hand's moving in one way and the phone's moving in another way. That's the reason I keep accidentally hitting the stop button instead of the pause button, is because the phone is mounted and I'm like leaning over trying to hit the button and my body is moving one way and the phone's mounted moving another way or not moving at all and I'm moving. Little bit of a bump. So let's see what David Hookstead has to say.
CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper. So we got a lot to get into. You're not going to want to miss one part of this video. It might be a little longer than some recent ones, but before we get started, please make sure to like and subscribe. totally free cost. You guys absolutely
So
huge boost to the channel. Let me know all your thoughts in the comments below.
the U.S. seized another ship.
This is a win for America. Let me know in the comments below. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. You won't miss a thing. And then Instagram, David_Hookstead, XD_Hookstead. That's where you find me on social media. My DMs are wide open. Reach out with whatever you got. Now let's get into it. So this comes from the Wall Street Journal, published today on the afternoon of May 19th. It says the U.S. seized an Iran-linked oil tanker in the Indian Ocean overnight, according to previous officials, as President Trump threatens presumed military strikes in Iran. The tanker, known as the Skyway, was sanctioned by the U.S. in March for its role in transporting Iranian oil. Ship tracking data showed it sailing just west of Malaysia on Tuesday after transiting the Malacca Strait. The ship was likely loaded with more than 1 million barrels of crude at Iran's Kharg Island in February, according to brokers and data from Lloyd's List Intelligence. So we have taken down another ship. Has gone down.
So the U.S. has seized another ship that was carrying Iranian oil, and we seized it in the Indian Ocean.
We're going to take that ship, and we're not going to let the Iranians profit one bit, and that is exactly what we are doing with a maximum pressure campaign. This is, you know, it's risky. It's very
so the United States has been doing this since the blockade, maybe before the blockade, I'm not sure.
Updates like that as well.
But the Iran has been, and Venezuela, basically, you know, several countries throughout the world, almost every country that we have any kind of sanctions against, they find workarounds on the sanctions. And we refer to Iran's ships, their oil tankers that avoid sanctions, as their shadow fleet. And there was one ship that I think we seized sometime over the last couple of weeks. There was a massive oil tanker that would load up on Iranian oil and then it would go out into some specific location out in the ocean. I forget exactly where it was at. And then other tankers would show up and it would offload its oil onto other tankers. So that countries like China could get Iranian oil without actually going to an Iranian port to get the oil. That is something you don't see on the interstate. There was a tree overhanging the interstate that was cut back. So that you wouldn't hit it. I'm wanting to dig into more chips. They're within reach, so I keep thinking about it. It's the reason I don't keep food within reach. So let's think about my list of things that I wish I could write down right now. Wiper blades, more drink containers, a new steering column. The U-joints on this one are worn out. I need to order a new one and then pay somebody to install it. Because the price varies wildly. I think the cheapest one I found was $200 something. Might have been even cheaper than that. And then they get up to over $1,000. Damn it. Looks like we got more storms we're driving into. I see lightning up ahead. So 740 miles is a big mileage run to them. I guess when you consider that all of their runs are like round trip runs, I mean, you're talking about, and since they pay like actual miles and not short miles, it's probably closer to like 1,500 miles round trip. So I guess that would be a nice big run to them. But I have got to get more efficient on the drops and the hooks. What in the crap is all over the window? Just got this thing washed. And it is completely covered in bugs right now. I think I just drove through a swarm of mosquitoes or something. I just keep hearing splats and it's bugs hitting the window. But it looks like we're going to have some more rain that we're drive through, so we'll get it cleaned off again, and then we'll get it covered in bugs again. You get down here in the southeast part of the country in the summer, and oh my goodness. Bugs are like rain. I remember driving to Florida. We were driving on I-10 across the Panhandle, headed to some relatives in Florida one year, and we were running the wiper blades. There were so many bugs. All right, wiper blades, drink cups, steering shaft. I'm not sure what it's called. What else? What else? What else?
There are police reported ahead.
Yep, there's a cop sitting right over there on the on-ramp. Is that cop gonna get this guy? Speed limit 70, that guy's doing like 85. Guess not. I might have been blocking him. Cop didn't see him. Yeah, there's so many bugs on the windshield. The opposing traffic headlights are reflecting off of it, and it's making it kind of hard to see. I'm not sure if you can hear that, but there's loud, like, popping and thudding noise of bugs slamming the window. State trooper just rolled past me. Are they getting that pickup that was going like 85? They're behind it right now. That pickup is lucky that it's being held up in traffic. Man, these bugs hitting sound like rocks hitting the window. We got slow four-wheelers blocking both lanes. Uh-oh. That pickup is getting back up to top speed with that cop right behind it. Cop just exited. This four-wheeler right here is scared to death. They're afraid that this asshole is sitting on the side of me. They slowed down to like 60 miles an hour. Now they're speeding back up to 75. This person's got warrants or something. They're acting real suspect. All right, we should be at the edge of Jackson right now. And this suspicious person keeps speeding up and slowing down alongside me. And they're blocking me into this damn lane. Now they're speeding up again. This is an inebriated driver. They've just jammed me into this lane, and I caught up with slower traffic. I can't get out of this lane. Yeah, this old beat up Lexus is swerving all over the place, not maintaining speed. I think we've got a lot of inebriated drivers on the road right now. Alright, I'm trying to get around this pack of morons. They're all just sitting there blocking multiple lanes of traffic going the same speed. And this SUV is just speed matching me, trying to keep me from passing. Great. Got another car just sitting alongside me, speed matching, jamming me in this lane. I wish people would just do their own thing. You know, don't worry about what other people are doing. Don't worry about me passing. Don't worry about me doing whatever it is I'm doing. You just go 55 if you want to go 55. All right, we've caught up with another pack of cars that are blocking multiple lanes going the same speed. And this damn SUV is just sitting alongside me, blocking me into this lane, speed matching me. All right, I just got rid of her. She dipped in behind me. I just scraped her off of me with that slow car. Road work on I-220 north, I-20 to US 80 east on right shoulder. All right, in 5 miles, we should basically be hitting the center of town. That is her again. She's caught back up with me, but she's exiting, thank goodness. All right, 50 mile per hour turns. More 50 mile per hour turns. I'm glad that driving through Jackson, it's not raining real heavy. It would be a real pain in the ass to drive through here with low visibility. 3 hours and 23 minutes of drive time left. And 82 miles left until my fuel stop. The fuel in, I don't know what the name of the town is. It's like Mccomb. It's near Mccomb. I don't even know if it's in Mississippi or Louisiana.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-55 South. Follow signs for I-20 West, Mccomb.
But fuel is 3 cents a gallon cheaper at my fuel stop than here in Jackson.
Keep left to stay on I-55 South.
It looks like a new TA Petro location. The satellite images still show a construction site.
Continue on I-20 West for 2 miles.
And that seems fairly common for whenever there's a new TA Petro location built. They usually have the best fuel prices in the area to try to, attract customers. Oh my goodness, why is everybody going so slow? I do not like passing on the right, but Live Oak is trapped behind a car. Alright. I'm going to squirt on past because Live Oak and this four-wheeler are going really slow. I am flying past them at 55 miles an hour.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-55 South. Follow signs for US 51, Mccomb. Keep left to stay on I-55 South. Continue on US 51 for 78 miles.
Yeah, that's just fucking drive all over the place, bro. That van was being really aggressive and weaving through traffic because it was trying to take an exit and it was in the far left lane. Aggressive driving is the norm. Alright, we're we're getting little sprinkles. Are we going to get a little bit of rain to wash off these bugs? Is that what's going to happen? Or is it just going to get wet enough to smear the bug juice around? What's going on here? I think we're about to drive into some pretty good rain. All right, smear some bug juice around. Still got slow city traffic on the interstate. And now it's starting to sprinkle, so they're driving even slower. Oh, nice. The pickup moved over for me. I was trying to figure out whether to pass them on the right or the left. Well, we've cleaned off most of the bugs. I have a feeling a bunch of people are exiting. They're stacking over on the right side. Yeah. That's Sywell Road, Byram. Most of them exited there. All right, about to lose the right lane. All right, I'm getting a lot of film residue on the window. It's probably bug guts on the wiper blades. All right, why are people slamming on their brakes in front of me? So this pickup caught up with slower moving vehicles and slammed on its brakes, and the car in the left lane slammed on their brakes because the pickup to the right of them slammed on their brakes because people just speed match. This is the level of rain that could be a very large system. The level of rain we've been driving up, through up to this point has been just like dumping rain, like zero visibility rain. And you don't typically have that level of rainfall over a large area. Those are usually just bands of rain. But this level of rainfall could go on for quite some time. I don't know, it's getting worse. And we got assholes with their high beams on, as if visibility isn't bad enough. Got to deal with people shining their headlights in your eyes. This four-wheeler in front of me. What are they going to do when I go to pass? This damn truck has his high beams on, blinding me. SUV is trying to keep me from passing. Jackass, man. Why would you do this? Why would you sit there and speed up and just drive alongside me? It is so incredibly dangerous to drive alongside another vehicle in any condition, but especially like slick roads and stuff like that. That SUV only has one headlight, so they can't see worth a damn. Alright, we got lights flashing up ahead. I don't know what in the hell is going on. Is this vehicle towing another vehicle and the front vehicle has lights flashing? Or, yeah, that's what it looks like. It's a pickup towing a boat and the pickup has its lights flashing. All right. Hopefully we've made it out of the city traffic now. We made it out of the traffic. The rain stopped. Like, everything happened all at once. It's like, here you go. Smooth sailing from here on out. Here comes that damn SUV that I just passed a few minutes ago, the one headlight. $58 miles until my fuel stop. So basically 1 hour left, and I have 3 hours and 1 minute left on my clock. So I have 2 hours after I get fuel. I think I need like 2 hours and 45 minutes. I think it's like 140 miles or 160 miles or something like that. Let me check and see what the total mileage is. $246. So that'd be 4 hours and 26 minutes. No, 4 hours and 6 minutes. And I have 2 hours and 59 minutes. I'm still an hour short. So top off fuel, 51 miles. And then I suspect that I'm only going to be driving Brookhaven, 24 miles. That's where I got my tire replaced. I don't think it's very far. To the mom and pop truck stop I'm planning on stopping at. So 50 miles to the fuel stop. And then I would guess maybe another 20 miles past that. It might be further than I am thinking. I'm just looking, at the map and guesstimating. But also the drive from my fuel stop to the carbon plant doesn't look like 180 miles, but it is. Ugh. Thought it was bright in here. And I was like, man, my dash is so bright. I thought I had it turned down to the minimum brightness, and I found the little knob and it was maxed out. It's been like that for a long time. Thinking maybe that Love's mechanic might have messed with it, because he was in here checking fuses. And he was fumbling around with stuff. Yeah, what do we got going on over here? There are two people standing there next to the car. Brookhaven is 7 miles. Nolens is 137 miles. You know, I keep trying to remember to check and see when the World Cup is. I've never done it on my breaks. I have so many other things that I'm worried about doing that when it comes time for my break period, I keep forgetting about it. That's the reason, you know, I think it'd be kind of nice to have one of those like voice-activated Siri type things to ask questions while I'm driving. Oh my goodness. Looks like we might be getting a very small amount of fog. No wide loads past exit 38. And Brookhaven is so big, there's a North Brookhaven. I think I got my tire changed to the South Brookhaven. Somebody passing me with their high beams on. And their fog lights. So they got all the lights on. I think I'm going to go straight to bed. I'm not going to try to cook anything. I might finish off the Ripple chips. Wide loads must exit max 11 feet. A second here. Sorry I got quiet. I've been thinking about stuff, and I should probably be thinking out loud while I'm recording, but I wasn't thinking about one thing in particular. I was bouncing around on all kinds of stuff. Like, I was thinking about whether or not to even ask if they want me to drop the empty off at the TSD yard. And I was thinking about trying to find a parking spot bobtail at the truck stop. And I was thinking, well, what if they don't have bobtail spots? I have to park in a normal spot. And then I might have some super trucker come over and start some crap with me because I'm in a full spot and I'm only bobtail, and they might go start some drama and like go get the TA employees and try to get them to run me out of the spot. And I'm like, I'm on my 34, I can't move it. I don't know. I was thinking, you know what, I better just have a trailer so it's less drama. But if they do have bobtail spots, then that would be awesome. That would be even easier. I hope there's a TA truck stop in Texarkana. I'm not even sure if there is. And I'm not going to drive like 30, 40 miles to a truck stop. There might not be a TA truck stop in Texarkana because there's a TA truck stop not far from Texarkana, and usually they don't put them very close together. You can check the Landstar app. Roadwork next 9 miles. Yeah, there's not a damn TA. In Texarkana, but that's just according to the Landstar app. And the Landstar app doesn't have every single truck stop on it. But that's kind of one of the reasons that I didn't want to do another load, because before my 34, because this load is basically going to tie me to that location wherever I'm delivering. Whereas if I were able to take my 34 on the way to the pickup, I could take it pretty much anywhere. I could take it at this TA that I'm about to get fuel at. But now I'm going to have to sit for like 2 days, no shower, because I'm not paying $20 for a damn shower. I'll get a shower when I get loaded and start driving. I'll stop during my drive shift, take a shower. Ugh. Bumpy road. 12 miles. Right lane closed in 2 miles. Right lane closed in 1 mile. There's a four-wheeler flying up on me, trying to pass every sumbitch before the lane closure. I'm not going to get into that game and let him run me into the barrels. I moved over about 50 feet in front of him. All right, we're going into a lane shift. Hopefully we're going back to a normal road. Golden Corral. All right, 4 miles. Looks like the truck in front of me is a 65er. Maybe. The car that was trying to pass me before the lane ended is just still sitting behind me. And I don't want to pass somebody right before an exit, but What in the shit is going on here? Got a bunch of really slow vehicles. Damn, they're going really slow. Going like 50 miles an hour.
In 2 miles, take exit 13 toward Fernwood Industrial Park.
One mile. Just over a quarter of a tank.
In half a mile, take exit 13 toward Fernwood Industrial Park. Take exit 13.
If they have parking here, if they've got like a nice parking lot and an open spot, I might just park here. I doubt that's going to be the case.
At the next stop sign, turn right. At the stop sign, turn right onto Airport Fernwood Road. Then you will arrive at your destination.
It says trucks right here. And truck exits a little bit further down.
You have arrived.
Alright, here we are. Looks like new pumps. Ooh, I see spots open. I might just crash here. This is a new TA, so a lot of people might not be stopping here because it's so new. But those look like open spots straight ahead of me down at the end. So let's change to on-duty fueling. And I'll pause this while I go through all the stuff. I need to be very careful with my hours, so I need to go through this really fast. So I'll be back in a minute. All right, there's a rest area and a mom and pop truck stop. Those are the places that I was thinking about parking at. And if they were like pretty far away, then I would continue driving onto them, but they're really close. They're only like 15, maybe 20 miles away. So since we have, looks like plenty of parking here. I am going to just park here rather than drive down. Yeah, there's 2 spots right there. I'm going to get one of these spots down here where it's a straight back. Not so much, I talk about this all the time, not so much for me, but for the people parked on either side of me. Now, there's tons of parking here. I want to reduce the risk that somebody hits me. So if both spots on either side of me are straight backs, then the likelihood somebody's going to hit me is severely reduced. So I'm going to park in between this Frame Miller or Fry Miller or whatever it is, between this nosed-in person and this other person. You know what, this is basically a straight back. I don't want to get into some stupid accident, so I don't want to come in at an angle. I want to come in basically straight where I can see both sides of the trailer. Make sure we don't have any issues. All right, and I did my post-trip inspection while I was fueling, so I just went straight sleeper berth right there. All done. So that's the end of the drive shift. It's the end of the day, and I can start driving again at, what is it? Is it 10:15 p.m. right now? I think it's 10:15. Yeah, 10:16 p.m. So I can start driving again at 8 a.m. tomorrow, 8:16 a.m. tomorrow. I was wondering why it was hot in here. I was like, man, I turned the air conditioner back on, but I had the fans, the blower turned all the way to 0. So it helps to turn the blower on. So yeah, I'm going to get to bed and get rolling at 8 a.m. And I'm somewhere around 3 hours away from the pickup location, and then Texarkana. A second, I fucking hate Google Maps sometimes. Like I'm trying to do something, and every time you change an option, it zooms you all the way out. Like you can go find a place, and you're like, oh, I want to add that to the map. And you're like, oh, it won't let me do it on this screen. So you try to click on it, change to another screen. It zooms you all the way out. You have to go find it again. So 442 total miles from where I'm at right now. 442 and 191 to the so it's 242 plus 9, 251 miles from the Carbon Black facility to Goodyear. 251 miles and 191, so 442. The 7 hours and 22 minutes. Plus, I'm probably going to waste an hour on the picking up the load, and then an hour delivering the load. That's 9 hours. That gives me like 2 hours. Well, that's on my drive time. Give me several hours on my 14-hour clock to go find a place. I'll just have to figure out a place to hang out in Texarkana, Arkansas. But yeah, I'll just hang out here for the night. So have a good one. Bye.